Hey, True Believers England team here, Saturday night, time for an auction. I am very excited. This is a combination of my books and the donated books from Almighty Jack, and there's some good stuff. And that Donald Trump on the thumbnail is justified tonight as we got Trump's Space Force and the big dog. So, alrighty, cool deal. But right now we're starting with some dollar books and going. Where did I put my sheet that is now missing? Okay. Oh, here it is. I got them mixed up. But here we go on the top row. We're going to start with the top row here. And it is Dark Knight 3, the Governor's Race. I've learned, Eric.
Nice.
Gotham Knights #1. Then we have Batman Red Robin #19. In Country the Nom #2. I've actually never heard of that until I saw it. And I'm going to get embarrassed to find out that AMJ bought it from me a long time ago. We got Master of Kung Fu #19, where he goes up against the Man-Thing. And then we have New Mutants issues number 78, 79, 80, and 81, and 84. Bidding begins at $1 each as soon as LK says go. And away we go. Here we go. Good times. And,
Off and running.
Yeah, it's been a weird day for me today. Like I stayed up all night, so I've been just like with low energy and everything, of course, until 8. But so I'm just vegging out, watching Fallout, and getting the auction ready. Fallout is a damn good show.
Have you gotten to the last episode yet?
No, we just finished #5, so we're right in the middle. Yeah.
Check back with me. Check back with me after you see the last episode.
Okay. Mind you, I have no connection to the games or anything. Darkness Comes is in the house, and he says $1 on E, wanting that Master of Kung Fu.
You mean wanting that Governor of Kung Fu?
Oh, sorry, Governor. Thought it was Governor's Race, but it's Governor of Kung Fu as well. Yes.
Okay, Mark Cuban.
we just do what polite society dictates, Al.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well,
all right. And last episode's fantastic. I can't wait. I'm really jazzed for it. Also, I've been reading comics. I've bit the bullet. I'm not buying comics, but I'm reading comics. And I just read. What did I read? I read the one everybody was hyped up about, the Dick Tracy.
Yeah,
freaking fantastic. I have steered into the Punisher. Give me Frank Castle, just because of the way Marvel is treating him like shit. I want to read all the old Punishers again.
Well,
they just released a book called Get Frank, which I was thinking, oh my gosh, are they rewriting? Get Fury, yeah. And it's all about them sending the Punisher after Nick Fury in the Vietnam War. And this thing is absolutely fantastic as well. I'm 2 for 2 on new books.
There's actually been an uptick on good books. Nothing else reading, mind you, because he's still slavishly devoted to awful comics.
Well, I did read Beneath the Trees Where Nobody Sees #5, which is probably the worst of them. I'm thinking, I hope this doesn't take a downturn because I've been enjoying it so far. And I started to read possibly the worst comic that I have read so far this year. Well, no, because I've read Fire and Ice, but it's a Superman Brainiac kind of thingy.
Oh, you're talking about Mark Russell in the middle?
It's bad. It's so far bad, yes. Okay, we got 1 on E from Darkness Comes, and he just said 1 on B, and then we got 6 and O from Jay Lucen. We don't have a letter O.
No,
so,
he's talking about the Texas Rangers game, I believe.
I know, I was messing around. There you go. Alrighty, and we've got a B from Darkness Comes.
Yeah. Well, definitely put Uncanny Valley on your read list.
Okay.
Because that's by Tony Fleets.
Oh, okay, yes, and I want to read that Feral as well. But I did also read, because I watched that Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey. They have a Pooh versus Bambi comic out.
Yeah,
and it blows.
Zenescope put that out.
It blows. It is so fucking horrible. It like if Paint by Numbers created a comic book, it would be this book. It is, yeah. I wish I could say more because I was expecting it to be like Skeeters. You know, me and Dalton have been praising this book called Skeeters. It's a really stupid book, but it's stupid. It steers stupid into the fun zone. Pooh versus Bambi is just stupid. It does not work. Hello to Almighty Jack. And Spiffy said, something I want to see is S.H.I.E.L.D. taking people down. I want to see how a normal human manages to capture and contain somebody like a Red Hulk or a telepath. That would actually be good. It would be kind of like a X Factor, but for the entire superhero one. Should have been called Winnie the Pooh Gun Honey. Very much so. Yeah.
It would be better than the Gun Honey series we've gotten so far.
Oh my gosh. Like the first one was tolerable. The first one was a tolerable book with sexy covers. So I think people ignored the tolerable. And then the second version was just shit.
Okay, well, here's the thing. The first miniseries, when she needed to get information from that chick, and she could have just knocked her out, used the knockout, the date rape drug, whatever, gotten the information and left.
Let's get the 1 minute warning.
But they, had them have sex because if you're in a modern comic, you have to be a lesbian,
right? Mm-hmm.
And then, good Lord, you couldn't find a straight guy with a queer eye and any other eye from that series forward. And I said, I likes my lesbians as much as the next guy, maybe a little bit too much, but come on.
Yeah.
There's nothing to any of the miniseries, but just look how progressive we are.
Yeah, that is the sad fall of modern entertainment, not just comics, but modern entertainment.
The worst part is Charles Ardai. I've read some of his novels. He can write, but these are just garbage.
It's like what's her name? After she got off Squirrel Girl, it was like, holy shit, she's not bad. I'm not saying she's art germ or anything like that, but Erica Henderson, when she was doing her own thing, wasn't bad.
Well, that's just it, though. He's representing his brand in the comics as well.
Yeah, that's weird.
Hard Case Crime. He is the president of Hard Case Crime.
Okay.
The publisher. So
yeah, that's weird to go like that. Alrighty, let's get these down. We've got Darkness Comes with Gotham Knights and Master of Kung Fu. Everything else is going to the reject box.
It's so hard to recondition.
What do you mean?
Governor, sir.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
we don't let that go. So
I'm still in free thinking mode.
That's what I said. It's hard to recondition.
There you go.
So
hey, kids.
I'm guessing since Jay's posting the scores, Texas is accidentally winning tonight.
Uh-huh. Oh, and just so we get things clear, all righty, right at the beginning, every $10 spent gets you a spot on the giveaway wheel, the winner's wheel. And tonight we have Mystery in Space. Now, the cover is by Mark Allred, but the interior is the old Silver and Golden Age reprints. So there you go. And also by Alan Davis and Mark Farmer, we have Justice League The Nail. Oh. So these are two books to be given away tonight. Hopefully, if we get 10 people on the wheel, I give away both of these books. Otherwise, you get a choice out of these books. So, bid a lot and bid high. That's what I say.
The Nail is one of my favorite Elseworld stories. So for those of you curious, basically it's an Elseworlds tale where Jonathan and Martha are, traveling down the road, and instead of meeting the rocket ship in the fields, their car gets a flat tire. And so Clark Kent, Superman's rocket, gets discovered by a different group, and that changes the entire course of the DC universe.
All right. Next up, we have Iron Man Annual number 13. Oh, I have two AMJs in a row. I was trying to back and forth it. Next up, we have Fantastic Four 11. And we have X-Force, issue number... Oh, there it is, 43. I've got it written down on a page in front of me, and I didn't look. Next up, we've got Generation X, issue number 3. I got to scoot over. Sorry for the thigh action there, guys. All right. You know you like it. All right, here we have Generation X number 4. There we go. Next up, we have Freaks from the Ultraverse, and this is issue number 6. And here we have Freaks, Hard Case number 7 from the Ultraverse. From the Continuity Comics, we have The Revengers Hybrids. This is issue number 1. And then we have Hellboy, Conqueror Worm, issue number 3. And finally, Boris the Bear, issue number 12. There you go. Bidding begins at $1 each as soon as LK says go.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So, Rhaegar, which name did you not want me to say? Is that Clark Kent?
So what do we think of Winston Duke wanting to be Batman?
Who?
Winston Duke, the guy who played the Man-Ape in Black Panther. He's got it like M'Baku is what they call him, so they don't get in trouble with people calling him Man-Ape.
I've not seen this story, so
Yep. Some people are, of course, it's another race swap that they're talking about, but I'm thinking if you do his name's Jace, right? Chase Fox.
Well, there's Jace, there's Luke. I mean,
yeah,
you could make it any of them.
Do one of those characters and get a new character on screen. Steer away from Bruce Wayne for a little bit, see how it goes.
Yeah,
I'm okay with that. Darkness Comes says $1 on A and B. That's the Iron Man Annual and the Fantastic Four number 11.
Yeah. So, and just for
we get pushback from Spiffy on issue number B. That's Fantastic Four. Okay, go ahead.
So, well, I was just going to say, so the issue 11 there, that is basically quote unquote volume 3. That's when the Fantastic Fours come back from the Heroes Reborn universe. So I believe it is the Claremont Salvador LaRocca run, which I enjoyed a lot. Introduced some different characters. It was a run that I really, really enjoyed.
Well, thank you for that. We got $1 on C from Spiffy. And that is countered by 2.5 on B for the Fantastic Four. All right. It's good to get a little pushback at the beginning there. But in all honesty, I'm kind of having fun going through these books and checking them out. It's been a while since I just sat down and read one comic book right after the other, and I realized the problem. It's because modern comics suck. When I was reading good book after good book, I burned 1, 2, 3. Don't even notice the time going by. And then when I hit the Superman, I just don't want to finish it. It takes so long to get through it. It's like that saying Roger Ebert said about movies. A great movie is never too long, but a bad movie can't get over soon enough.
Yeah, well, and I think we need to specify. I mean, the problem is it's the mainstream, what we'll call corporate comics, and specifically, to highlight most of the flagship issues are bad, and that basically, people hate it, but that taints the entire industry because those are the characters that most people know, and it's one of the things that has driven me nuts in terms of these are the characters that you should be paying the closest attention to, Mr. Editor-in-Chief, to make sure that you're not doing anything stupid with them, it's going to turn off the audience. And instead, they have done the exact opposite. And it has just percolated down, because there's always been, like, you know, bad independent comics, but who cares? I mean, it's, you know, the only independent comics you care about are the ones that turn out to be good, because the other ones are just going to fall by the wayside. But it's the ones that get the most visibility, you know. And, you know, sorry to say, I mean, after, you know, 70 plus years, that's going to be Batman, Superman, Spider-Man, you know, Captain America, and then of course, you know, the X-Men, you know, because of the, you know, the massive popularity that got in the, you know, through the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And when those books are bad, that is going to pull the industry down with it.
You know who doesn't know that the X-Men were once the biggest franchise in comics history?
Marvel?
No. I'm not doing a bit here. 95% of the people reading comics today.
Yeah.
Because, and I know that because the big plot of Blood Hunt has been done twice. Better, I'm sure, certainly better in the early 80s with the Montesi formula. And then they did some in Midnight Suns in the 90s because they figured nobody's going to remember that. And if they did, then shame on them, because they've been trying to chase us off. Why couldn't they finish the job? But so yeah, so and now this new relaunch isn't gonna remind anybody that it was ever not shit.
Yeah.
Because this new version more than likely will be as well.
Yeah. Well, again, it's one of these things that kills me. So I did peruse the Blood Hunt #1. I groaned at the end in terms of the twist and who the lead bad guy is.
Now, obviously, it's not him, but yeah.
Yeah. But, you know, it just kills me in terms of the lack of, I don't know, you want to call it like second level or third level thinking in terms of, okay, if I've got this universe and suddenly these villains put together a plot that blots out the sun, which heroes am I going to go to first to try and help me out? It's the ones with light-based powers.
Yep.
Because if they're following the vampire, you know, you want to call it code or trope or whatever, you know, a dagger.
Let's get the 1 minute warning, please.
You know, for instance, I'll take Dagger. She should be able to just throw light daggers into every vampire and instantly vanquish them. And so it's like, okay, you should have, like, you know, Dagger, you know, God forbid I'm going to say this, Carol Danvers, you know, whatever the current Sentry is. Again, this is why that Sentry.
No, the current Sentry is a lesbian in a wheelchair.
That's true. Okay, so yes, I got your message, Spiffy. I changed it. What we have going on here is Spiffy has I for Hellboy. Then we've got Darkness Comes with A. And right now, LK has B at $3, and that is where we stand here, barring any last-minute bids before we get the stop from LK. Let me get these down.
Yeah, but, I mean, again, it just, you know, instead, you know, they go with, you know, this hodgepodge of, you know, characters, you know, plus, again, the whole thing of, this is where your whole kind of interconnected universe stuff falls apart. It's like, okay, this isn't a earth-spanning problem. Where are the X-Men? Where are the mutants? You know, I think they would be playing a role in this, in helping out. It's, you know, it just.
See, you were saying that where's the second and third level thinking?
Yeah.
Shouldn't they regovern or first level first?
No, by the way, no Star Wars today. I just couldn't find any at the price range I would even want them. I found stuff that was modern Marvel Star Wars, but unfortunately nothing other than that. And I wasn't about to pay the prices they were asking for modern Marvel Star Wars, because I just don't have any faith with this crowd in modern Marvel. All right, next up, kids, we have Red Rooster #1 by Bright Weiser and Pellegrini. All right, next up we have Leonard Nimoy's Primortals, issue number 1. And then we have Batman and Robin, issue number 7. Is this the one where they kill everybody in the bar and they right outside it while it burns? That was a crazy series. Here is the Omega Effect from Chaos Effect and Valiant.
Yeah, well, it's the Chaos Effect issue Omega.
Oh, okay. And then we have Batman Gotham Knights Gilded City. That's issue 4. And then we have Captain America. Who is the new Captain America? This is issue number 25. This is the first Sam Wilson. It's got some spine ticks, but mostly the corner is torn off right there.
Yeah.
There you go. All righty. Next up, we have all new Yang. Not Wang, but Yang. This is issue number 7. This would be also higher. It's got, as you can see, spine ticks up and down there.
But hey, it's from Charlton.
There you go. Annihilation Conquest, Wraith, and that's issue number 3. And then we have The Last Ronin, The Lost Years, issue number 5. Cover 8. And then Star Trek Mirror Images, and that's issue number 4. All righty. Bidding begins at $1 each as soon as LK says go.
Yes, Jim, but they're counting on you not being a regular reader anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, speaking of Charlton, tomorrow night, Night Tiger Comics, they're doing an all Charlton stream.
Okie dokies.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Yep. So let's see here. Darkness says $1 on B, so that'd be the Primortals number 1, and on J.
You let me know where you're getting one of those for $1, sir.
Where?
the Primortals?
No.
Oh.
If I have to explain it, then
yeah, I get you. I get jokes.
$1 being okay. It's a dick joke or a dick joke.
Yeah.
It's funny now that I explained it.
Yep.
Oh, thanks, Uncle E.
Yeah. Yeah. So the Chaos Factor, that would be the final issue in that mini series. Because the opener was Alpha, and then I think it ran for like 2 months through the various Valiant titles, and then the final issue was the Omega issue. And I don't remember anything about it because it's been probably like 25, 30 years since I looked at it.
That's how we feel sometimes. Hey, yeah, that was a great book. I remember because I don't remember the details, but
and goodness grief, All-Star Batman and Robin by Frank Miller. They're in C with Black Canary kicking butt.
Yep. Alrighty, and as you said, we got $1 on B and J. You should tell jokes the rest of the stream and see if LK can get them.
I would say maybe a 50-50 chance at best that I'll pick up on it. I was just reading a story. Sadly, I saw a comic book shop that I went to when was my kind of renaissance of getting back into comic books got burglarized last week. Although what's funny and sad, I guess you would say, about the story is it mentions that basically the thief, stole about $3,000 in cards. He did not steal any comic books.
Yeah, my comic shop in Orlando, the comic shop I went to, had people bust in, and they took wall books, but they took all the modern variants.
No,
the way it was set up, it was in sections. Like it would be modern variants, then kind of modern-ish things from the last 20 years, and then it would be some independents. Then you've got your Marvel, your DC, and then specifically Superman, Batman, and things like that from the golden to And I'm thinking, okay, you've got yourself 5-10 minutes here because you are watching them, and they just take modern variants instead of going down into the golden age shit. I don't know, but then again, maybe it's a smart move because there's not as many golden age out there in modern variants.
Yeah, well, it's World's Best Comics in Sacramento, and have fond memories because that's where I discovered FemForce and Heroic Comics, Heroic Publishing. So,
let's get the stop here. Just skip over the 1 minute. It's been four minutes since the last bid. So, alrighty, and let me see if I remember this correctly. It was B, Primordials, and J for Darkness Comes, the Mirrorverse. Everything else, it's the reject. I'm actually surprised the first appearance of Sam Wilson as Captain America didn't go for $1, or the lost years. I actually thought those would go very, very quickly. All right, those into the rejects.
Yeah. What were you gonna say, Eric?
I forgot.
Well, you know, that's what happens with old age.
Oh, no. Okay. Yeah, I was going to ask you if it said they stole like $3,000 worth of cards.
Cards and toys. The article said.
Non-sports cards, I would assume.
Yeah. As far as I mean, unless World's Best has really changed, they never had sports cards. So it would have been like Magic and Pokemon and that kind of stuff.
My first suspect would have been somebody that's that understands the modern comics market.
All right, let's get to the next one. We are on lot number 4 already. Zooming along here. That's good because I got 23, 24. It is not good because that means not as many sales. But hey, you know what? They're quality sales, and that's what makes a difference. By the way, I found out that one of the I got a few of these from Almighty Jack. This is Dark Horse Presents issue number 66, and it's got Dr. Giggles. It's got the an accidental death. It's got Concrete, awesome stories and everything. One coming up is the first appearance of John Byrne's Next Men. Alrighty, here we have Guardians of the Galaxy issue number 1, Lone Star from My Comic Shop. It's an exclusive variant cover. Next up, a book everybody should have in their collection is Joker and Daffy Duck. These Hanna-Barbera crossovers were just incredibly fun. From DC Comics, by the creator of Doc Savage, we have Justice Inc. featuring the Avenger. That's issue number 1. Alrighty, next up we have Avengers. This is a Marvel thing. That's issue number 343. Some of y'all may have heard of them. They've had a movie or two.
Yeah,
there you go. Next up, you just got Rob Liefeld greatness. I mean, this is like you look at the cover and you don't even need a name on it. It's like, yep, that's Liefeld. That's Dark Side. That's issue number 1. And then we have Dark Horse Comics number 2 featuring RoboCop. And here's a book from Entity Comics. I gotta tell you, never heard of Fractal Universe. This is a book called Aster. It's issue number 2. Shiny. And then we have Nightfall, Detective Comics. This is issue 660. And finally, we've got Nightfall, issue number 500. Yeah, you rarely see these.
Yeah.
All right, there you go. Bidding begins at $2 each as soon as LK says go. Fun times.
Okay, let's look up Dark Side. I gotta see what this book is.
You look up Dark Side and you know what you're going to get.
Well, I'm just curious if it's actual character or if it's maybe a crossover.
No, it's that was a character, I'm pretty sure. It lasts like 2 issues, like most of those.
Oh, let's see. Maximum. Oh, you're off by 1, Breen.
Only lasted 1?
Yes.
Her uniform looks like leftover material.
Well, okay, guys, hold on. You get an entire series for only $1. That is freaking awesome. An entire run of comics right here for only $1.
Yeah,
that's what they're saying.
You are really talking down to your audience. What do you think this is? The Geeky Puppet Show?
Yeah. and according to the
well,
blurb,
it's the same crew with the same audience. So
Yeah, you got a point.
yeah. So and according to the blurb, Evangeline, Priest, and Cybrid stories are inside. So I guess it is kind of an anthology. So it's a one-shot anthology from 1996.
But I think there is there in there a character named Darkseid in there?
I have no idea. I mean,
Yeah,
that's literally all
Wait,
of
so
the blurb is on mycomicshop.com. So.
Yeah, what does it matter?
Yeah. So, I mean, just to clarify too on B there, the Lone Star on there, that's the name of the comic book shop back then. So my comic shop used to run, and maybe they still have some physical locations. Somebody in
I
Texas.
don't think so. They were in Gratu used to shop in when it was a brick and mortar store.
Yeah.
It was down where he lived, but I think it's now.
Oh, they had at one point I think they were up to like 8 locations in the Dallas Metroplex.
Yeah, I think they're just now mail order.
Yeah. I mean, one of my fondest memories when I spent a summer in Arlington, Texas, we'll just call it a sales internship. I was there when they had their warehouse sale, and so that was because their warehouse was in Arlington, and it was just awesome going through box after box after box, and they had a little auction afterwards of stuff, and that was how I wound up with my Spawn Malbogia action figure.
Jim, Darkness Comes beat you out on C, E, and F if you want to up the bids a bit. And
Yeah.
I got you down for I and J.
Yeah, and Jim, the starting bid is $2. So
it is, isn't it, too?
Yeah,
Thank you,
so
because I was writing $1 down for everybody.
Yeah, so on I and J.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So Darkness, yeah, your bids there, those need to be $2 as well.
Yeah, tell me if it's a deal breaker. I got you down at the $2, but tell me if it's a deal breaker, and I'll take it off.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, again, folks, bidding starts at $2.
Yep.
So and Jay Singh still is. So I guess maybe they still have a brick and mortar location.
Okay, so Lone Star is my comic shop.
Yeah.
That's the one I don't trust from eBay because it never has pictures of the actual item. On eBay, it always says stock photo, and that's like, ooh, yeah. And because also he doesn't use numbers, it's more of a near mint. And okay, it's near mint to you what it is to me, and so I've never bought from my comic shop because of that.
I bought from them directly. A couple books here and there. I haven't done anything eBay, and that kind of surprises me because, like, if you go on the mycomicshop.com website, they've got those photos there are actual photos of the books. Certainly so that's kind of surprising they do that. Let's see. So yeah, so Darkness clarified. Yeah, $2 on ACI and J.
Okay.
Or
hold on, let me Jim, what about I and J for you? Because I'm going by what was done first, and if you guys want them, I'm given a chance to claim. Okay, so Jim put $2 on CEF. Okay, so he claimed those, and then we've got Darkness with ACIJ. Gotcha. Alrighty, A, C, I and J. Gotcha, Darkness.
Okay, and Jim comes in with $3 on C.
Okay.
And Almighty Jack is standing up for my comic shop. Says you have to go to their website to see the actual scans, but says they're really good at grading. They usually grade books 1 to 2 grades lower than what CGC will grade it at.
Okay. So,
there you go. And I will say too, I mean, my experience with them was just fine.
Well, it's good to know, and I trust you guys' judgment and such. So
I mean, I'll just say, I mean, if you're looking for a particular issue and you don't necessarily want to go the eBay route, the two places I would recommend would be either going to mycomicshop.com or Nucadia. I do not recommend Mile High.
Oh, I will never buy from those pedo bastards.
Well,
they were literally doing.
Yeah. No, I mean,
set
aside all the social political stuff. Their prices are just beyond the top of the chart, and that the only way that you get a good deal from Mile High is when they're running one of their like 40% off type sales. Otherwise, you're paying beyond top dollar. And I'll say, my limited experience, their grading is very, very generous on their side. So basically I would say kind of the opposite of what Almighty Jack is saying about my comic shop. But again,
right.
may vary. But
okay, let me read this out just to make sure that I've got it right. The Dark Horse presents to Darkness Comes at 2. No Love for the Guardians of the Galaxy. Joker and Daffy, which would be C, is with Jim at 3. We've got No Love for Justice Inc. The Avengers with Jim at 2. That's E. F is with Jim at 2. No Love. Well, nope. Spiffy's got G, the RoboCop. No Love for Aster, and Detective Comics and Batman with Darkness Comes. That's INJ. That's where I stand. If I got anything wrong, let me know. Let's get the 1 minute warning. And yeah, there we go. I do like the lore of the Mile High. The whole idea that somebody discovered this collection and it was a lucky find, and the comics went to could stack a mile high.
Yeah. So Darkness is saying $5 on C, and he meant $3 on F, not I and J.
Okay, cool. Flash, I'm sorry, man. I tried. It is so expensive to do. It's just like the last person. It was he ordered something like 30 or 40 books. It ended up costing 200, and he had to drop out of it. There was no lost blood or anything between us. It was kind of sad about it, but no, the shipping is so prohibitive. Sorry, please, by all means, you're welcome, and I hope you join the conversation and everything. But no, I don't. It's just prohibitively expensive. Okay, so Darkness said 5 on C. Oh, 3 on C. From Darkness Comes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Jay,
let me translate this slowly.
Get on the right board.
Okay, Jim said 3, right? So he's got to go 350 or higher for C.
Well, is Jay bidding on the readings again?
No, he's got to. Jim's got to go 550 or higher on C. Darkness came in with $5 on C.
Okay. 5C, 3F. Sorry, I said IJ. I meant
F.
F.
Yeah. So.
Okay, so no bids on I and J.
Correct.
Because he meant on F, but Jim already has F, so he bid $3 on F. Gotcha. Okay. I'm translating it. I'll get there. I'll get there at some point.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we have 4 on F from Jim. All right. And then Jay says you're posting on the Puppet Show instead of here. What? 6 on F says Darkness Comes. All right. And that is our first official fisticuffs for the night.
Yeah.
Apparently, Jay just put a bid down on the Batman the Outsiders reading.
Okay. Jim says 7 on F. All righty. Then let's see. Nucadia, don't listen to Jay. He is trying to trick you. All right, there we go. Hey, what's up, Eric and Boyd?
Yeah. Okay, so Hey, Jim, we need you to clarify because I do see, yeah, you did initially put $1 on INJ. But the starting bid is $2. So do you still want to put $2 on INJ? Come in, Jim Sorensen.
Yep. Let's see, Flash, I can't. Canada is pricey shipping good. It is. A lot of the people who bid from Canada have friends in the States, and they'll like cross over to the border and pick it up from their friends because it's actually less expensive to travel than it is to have stuff shipped. All right, it was up to the awesome Sauceroni. Ooh, that's
Okay, so Jim is clarifying no bids on INJ.
all righty. No worries.
There are no bids on INJ.
Yep, no bids on Aster, the shiny book with the big grin, whatever the hell that face is. And we have no love on Guardians, Justice, or the Batman. What can you say about Justice to try to sell this book again? I was thinking Eric's the one that probably read it.
It's like a pulp story in comic book form.
Yeah.
All right. Is it a sensational one-issue story, or did it actually have an issue number 2?
No, there were 4 issues, and I think Jack Kirby actually did the last one. Might have even done more than one, but I really don't remember that much more about it. But it's one of those characters that eventually fell into the public domain, and Dynamite used him in one of those stories that they did about 10 years ago. But yeah, it was fun. I mean, I can't remember if Joe Kubert did the interiors or not, but it's always nice to get a Kubert cover.
Let's see. Justice, 1975. That's a Joe Kubert cover. It has a Batman and the Mummy Hostess Twinkies ad. The story is called This Night an Avenger is Born. Script by Denny O'Neil, art by Al McWilliams. So the origin and intro of the Avenger and his support organization Justice Inc. The Avenger was Richard Benson. Due to the traumatic kidnapping of his wife and child, the muscles in his face were frozen. This enabled him to literally mold his face into any shape. So
Yes, usually freezing things make it more malleable.
yeah.
I don't know if that one was well thought out, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's see. So Austin is asking, what good books are you going to have in an hour? I'm asking because the amount of live streams from channels I've subscribed to are going to triple. I'm going to be going back and forth.
Okay, what good books? I showed them off yesterday. We had a big show. We've got some big dogs from Almighty Jack and from myself. Goodness gracious, a lot of the Walt Disney Presents. We've got let's see, Firestorm number 4. What else? The Kool-Aid Man from Jim. We've got something called Miss Meow. And then we've got Golden Age books, Tip Top, Walt Disney Comics, Ace Comics. We've got a couple of Silver Age Adam. And we've got the first issue of Adam and Hawkman. We've got a Dick Tracy, which is in freaking impeccable condition. I'm really liking this a lot right there. So we've got a Batman Brave and the Bold coming up in the big dogs as well, and some Tales of Suspense. And before that, of course, we're going to go through some more $2, some $3, some $5. We got a lot of good shit here today. And we do have Trump Space Force by Tim Lim. So, and Chuck Dixon, I believe, is the writer on that one. So let's get the stop and let's see, where'd that page go? All righty, starting at A, Dark Horse Presents number 66. Going to go with Darkness Comes. Then we have No Love for the Guardians of the Galaxy. Joker and Daffy with Jim at 3. And then Justice Inc. is going to hit the reject box. As the Avengers goes with Jim. Dark Side is who ended up with Dark Side at $7? Jim. Spiffy's got the Dark Horse number 2 with RoboCop. No love for Aster. Alrighty, and the Batmans are hitting the box as well. Okay, before we go on, once again, every $10 spent is a spot on the winner's wheel, and we're going to be drawing for Justice League the Nail or Mystery in Space. So while it's got a Mike Allred cover, this is a reprint of the 50s and 60s stories. So it's pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool stuff here. Every $10 gets you a spot on the wheel. Every 10 people on the wheel gets a new book put onto the giveaway. So we need at least 10 people to give away both of those books. If we get 20, I'm pulling another one off the shelf. All righty, let me get the new books up here. Let's see. Blasta, the $2 spenders. This is a one-shot called One Night in Bangkok. Makes the hard man humble. Green Hornet, One Night in Bangkok. And this is by somebody named Denton and somebody named Morales, which in this crowd, everybody knows. Next up, we have Lady Zorro, and this is from American Mythology, and they do the good books. This isn't Sean Gordon Murphy bait and switch, which actually, I think you're right. It's not so much a bad writing. It's just big old bait and switch. Here we have an Adam Hughes. This is a semi-famous cover from the Legionnaires. This is issue number 7. Basically, have Adam Hughes draw girls in bikinis, and it gets popular. X Factor number 2. And then we have X Factor number 7. Back when they were actually X Factor.
Yep.
And it wasn't just another X-Men book. And then we have Power Man and Iron Fist. Zach, it's safe to get. It's both of them. The white guy's there to make the black guy less scary for you.
Well, it has a rope around the black guys, and Zach already has that issue.
Oh, there you go. Yes. Here you go. We've got Power Man and Iron Fist 81. And here is issue number 89. And we have issue number 91. And finally, we have issue number 96. Bidding begins at $2 each as soon as LK says go.
Yep. At $2 each, folks.
Yep.
Here we go.
I think Jim got E for $2. He was the first to bid. Well, thank you for pointing that out. All right.
Yeah, I will definitely say I've enjoyed the books I've gotten from American Mythology from the group. I got some. They were what Edgar Rice Burroughs space group they were doing, and I got a few of those and really enjoyed the heck out of them. They had some decent artists on them too. So I imagine this Lady Zorro will certainly be decent, and nothing else should be enjoyable. Legionnaires, love that era, can't say enough. That's my era of growing up with the Legion books. And X Factor, love this era. Let's see, Darkness is saying too, read what Jim said. I got C for $5.
Yeah, that's what I was showing on screen, that I do in fact have it the way it's supposed to be.
Okay. Yeah. And as you said too, I mean, it was a great, call it conceit of the book or whatever, but having the original X-Men front themselves as an anti-mutant group to actually kind of track down and help mutants that were in trouble. That was how we got Rusty and Skids, which I thought was a great fun relationship, and lots of other good stuff out there. And you're not going to see it again, folks. So definitely those are books worth picking up.
Yeah,
so
they were. I agree.
Eric, what can you say about this era of Power Man and Iron Fist?
Got lost in the sea of great books that were coming out in the 80s. and now would be consistently better than anything coming out in 2024.
It's true. And you're also going to pay half of what modern cover price is.
And a lot of them were written by someone who couldn't, according to Heather Antos, couldn't be in the industry because it wasn't 2016 yet, Mary Jo Duffy.
Oh, yeah. She was actually pretty big back in the day.
I can't remember what issue it was, but there was a scene in there in one of the issues where Luke Cage is going to the tailor to pick up some more of his yellow shirts.
Yeah.
And Bruce Banner's there picking up an order of purple pants.
That's fun.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So G there, the one where it looks like Iron Fist is doing something to Luke Cage. That one is Mary Jo Duffy, art by Dennis Cowan and Ricardo Villamonte.
Good stuff.
And then 89 is Denny O'Neil and Potts. And,
oh, did you? Yeah, you did. Okay. Never mind.
Yeah. Oh, and 91 is Steve Grant with Greg LaRocque art. And I think that last one there, 96 on the end is, Kurt Busiek with art by Ernie Chan and Mike Mignola. So let's see. The heroes
on Power Man Iron Fist?
Yeah, the heroes for hire pit their skills against the substance-altering abilities of Chemistro. What good are Diamond Hard Fist in Kung Fu against a guy who can turn steel into glass?
Plus, that's not the original Chemistro, because the original one tried to get an advantage fighting Power Man and used the gun on his foot, which just dissolved it because it doesn't work on organic matter, and he didn't realize that until he used it, because that was his brother, was the original. But it was done pretty well, and then the original Chemistro became a good guy, and then his brother became a much bigger shitheel than the original one ever was.
Yeah.
Jim, by the way, is the first to cross the $10 mark. Got a spot on the board.
Yep. And so lastly there too, plus Luke Cage makes a declaration that will change everything.
Sweet Christmas? Or did he declare bankruptcy?
Okay, Jackson is having a rare moment of coming up with something interesting. It said that he liked Mary Jo Duffy better than Louise Simonson, but it's been so long since he's read either. I would have a tough time deciding between the two, but can't believe I'm saying this, tend to agree with him. And I like them both better than Ann Nocenti. What say you?
I like all three, by the way. Back in the day, if we go back in the day, I think you've got something on Jo Duffy. She was Cry for Dawn as well, right? Didn't she create one of those characters like that? But I did enjoy her work. Louise Simonson, however, is the one that has been consistent, and the stuff she writes today is pretty damn good. So I got to give, just for who's more iconic, I've got to go with Louise. But yeah, I could see that. But Ann Nocenti, she wasn't bad. And if you watch Diversity in Comics, he does do an occasional Daredevil by her, which was not a bad run.
Okay, well, okay. One thing about Richard is he would give Ann Nocenti a kidney, and I'm not talking out of turn when I say his overall taste is questionable.
I understand that,
if you read Ann Nocenti, you realize, she was like the original SJW writer. It's just she was better than the ones doing it today. Mm-hmm. But I mean, you could read. You read one book by Ann Nocenti and you knew what her politics were. And that, I said, but Mary Jo Duffy, and I don't know what else. I can't remember what else Mary Jo Duffy wrote other than a long stretch on Power Man and Iron Fist, which is really, really good. It's one that has aged very, very well. But they were. she never got the, like the top tier artists.
Okay, Darkness, I cleared it up, and Jim is only $1 away from being on the board, and Darkness is actually on the board. There you go. All right. I'm sorry, I was fixing something there. Somewhere out there, Richard Meyer just awoke to a disturbance in the fourth. Someone slandered Ann Nesente. But hey, look, I think all three of them were good.
I'm not slandering, and hey, if it wasn't for she and Louise Simonson, we probably don't get the X-Men franchise that for the Modern Writers to run into the ground, because she kept Claremont basically on the rails, and we're there to remind him of subplots that he himself had forgotten by his own admission. If you see the documentary, which is really interesting.
It is you're talking about the Chris Claremont one?
Yeah,
that was a really good documentary. And by the way, guys, once again, you got some classic 80s books down here. You got F through J. It cost exactly the price of 2 modern day comics. You got some great Copper Age goodness. Go for Dynamite Green Hornet as well. Don't let that sit. You will not regret getting this. Also, every $10 gets you a spin of the wheel, gets you a spot on the wheel, meaning 10, 20, now you got 2, 30, you got 3. And we're giving away Mystery in Space and or The Nail, depending on how many people get on that wheel. Alrighty. And let's get the 1 minute warning, please. And we got a bid from LK himself on B, the Lady Zorro. I think that's good as well. That group makes good Zorro books. So does Dynamite for the most part.
Nobody else is going to step up on that one. Then I can't let that one go. So yeah, no, the Nail is just such an enjoyable thing. Also, I'll admit to you, I'm also a bit of a fanboy for Alan Davis, because I just loved his Excalibur run. But it's a gorgeous book to look at. It's a really fun story, because it's basically a world without Superman, because it's like, oh well, he wasn't raised by Martha and Jonathan, so what happened? Where is he? Why has the universe turned out the way it has? And
it's not incredibly dark to the point of like a red sun or anything.
But
it does show that there isn't that same light that is involved with the DC universe.
Yeah.
By the way, okay, what are you watching right now?
I've got the Timberwolves and Nuggets game on.
Did they break into coverage?
No, why?
The Reds got their 3rd hit.
Oh.
5th of the weekend.
Oh, offense in a bit of a funk right now.
Oh, I've been watching the Reds since '69. It's the worst stretch I've ever seen.
Okay. Somewhere along the lines, I messed up. So
Right.
what I got here, hold on just a sec. What I've got here, Darkness, is Gotham Knights #1 for $1. Governor Kung Fu for $1. Iron Man Annual 13 for $1. Primordials 1 for $1. Star Trek Mirror for $1. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then Dark Horse Presents for $2. And then the Joker and Daffy for $5 is $12. Where did I make the mistake? And I'm not challenging, I'm actually asking. All right, so I can fix it up. Okie dokies, let's get the stop. And looks like nobody wants that One Night in Bangkok. There you go.
Well, there's not much room between despair and ecstasy. So,
by the way,
there you go. Yes, and nobody wanted X Factor #2 from the top row.
Oh man, that's tough.
And nobody wanted anything to do with Power Man, even though he was with Iron Fist.
Yeah, and we should clarify, there is no ZACK rule when it comes to
exactly, yes.
Power Man and Iron Fist.
LK had the Zorro, Jim has the Legionnaires, and the X Factor. Alrighty, there we go. And those actually get to the bid on file.
As I was saying that, guy dribbled into a double play. the 180 hitter accidentally got a hit, but the 178 hitter dribbled into a double play, and now the 159 hitter is up with the bases empty.
Oh,
Okie dokies. And now we're moving to some $3.
Inning over.
No, well, I was gonna say there's a 16% chance he could get a hit.
Okay, kids. Next up, we have the X-Men issue number 214, and we have X-Men number 249, and here we have X Factor issue number 52. And then we have Adventures of Superman, issue number 426. And we have Adventures of Superman, issue number 430. Both John Byrne era. And we have Superboy and the Legion of Superheroes, 199. It obviously has spine troubles or otherwise be higher. Then we have issue number 229. And we have issue number 231. And issue number 233. And finally, we have the Web of Spider-Man annual number 8. Bidding begins at $3 each as soon as LK says go.
There we go.
It's a nice little lot you got here.
It is a nice little lot. There are good books, courtesy of AMJ, who donated quite a few books in this auction.
Yeah. And come on, folks. I mean, if you're not putting bids on A and B, what are you doing here? I mean, these are prime Claremont era X-Men books, cheaper than cover price for the current garbage that's out there. And you're going to be hard pressed to find them, on the secondary market for less than $3. So great stuff.
Yeah, especially since Comic Book Realm just decided that all the X-Men books were worth twice as much as they were last week.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, so this lot starting at $6.
Yeah, you might want to wait till they prove they can sell at $3.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't know. Yeah, all you hear is how the price of comics are plummeting, and these bozos start raising prices like it's tea in the Revolutionary War time.
Yeah. Well, no, it's again the difference is as Pele pointed out on X this week. Silver Age, back issues, are still fetching a decent amount. It's the modern books that have completely cratered.
Well, it's because a lot of them were based on movies, and the movie industry said, "Well, let's take it back. Let's put the brakes on for a little bit." And so all these people who were buying the first appearance of the dude in the red shirt standing behind that one guy in that one book, it's not happening anymore. So they're stuck with a whole bunch of quote key unquote issues, and they don't know what to do with them. So prices have been going down.
Well, yeah, the price has been going down on AF-15.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that looks like Taylor Swift getting attacked by Storm there on.
I know, right?
Yeah.
That, by the way, that is a thing. The Dazzler first appearance and Dazzler #1 has gone up in value to the point where Dazzler is a $50 higher in some areas, all because a rumor, not anything confirmed, but a rumor that Taylor Swift might play Dazzler. As a matter of fact, that she came out and said no, it could be a red herring. She's saying no because you don't want the secret out, which is not a secret anymore.
Well, and more importantly too, if she does, it's going to be a 1-minute cameo, never to be repeated again. It's not like suddenly she's going to be Allison Blair in the new X-Men movies. It's going to be a one and done cameo, and so it makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
Actually, that would be good for about $200 million at the box office.
Well, yes,
and that alone makes it worth it if they did it.
Well, worth it for that, but in terms of like jacking up the price.
Oh, yeah. None of that makes sense for that. But this sense usually has very little to do with this industry anymore.
No, Austin, we are just kidding. The starting bid is still $3. So
yeah, it is.
Your $3 bid on your $3 bid on B is just fine.
Yeah, I got you, dude. Okay, so let me go through these. And it is Darkness Comes, putting $3 on J already. And then we have Vezerin. What's up, dude? F through I. putting $3 on F through I. Alrighty. Vez, and Vez. No, Catwoman, you've got some books on their way. Thank you very much for everybody. Thank you very much for your patience. I got the hotel books. We will be able to get back into the storage, hopefully this or next week, and I'll look for that Swamp Thing. Otherwise, like I said, I'll go retail and find it for you, Darkness. But I was able to get some books, and everybody who has paid up on shipping, you've got your books on their way. All righty. Including Vez with the last shipment from the auction. We got books from the auction before we moved, and those went out too. And thank you very much for everybody's patience, but you got your books on your way. Alrighty. Veteran, $3 on B from Austin. Alrighty. And then we have $4 on F, H, and I from Jim. Okay, good times.
Yeah. Oh, Austin, I fixed it, but you'll probably have to refresh your screen there to see it. So, yeah, no, your original title said Pace Force. You forgot to put the S in there.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, but I fixed it.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Well, sometimes I'm tapping on the keys really quick and I just don't hit the key hard enough, I guess, because that's happened quite a bit to me recently. I don't know why, or I've got something wrong with my keyboard because I've been missing letters on quite a few titles. Jim says 3 on D and E at the same time. Vezerin says 3 on D and E, and then Vezerin pops up with 4. All righty. Okie dokie.
Yeah. Yeah, no, E-Tape ripped the S out of Space Force, exactly. Yeah. No, I enjoyed. So I got Space Force from the crowdfund campaign, and read it, and yeah, it's just a fun, fun little book. I love the fact of Nancy Pelosi turning out to be this worm-like space alien. It was great.
Certain books are skyrocketing while nobody will even wipe their ass with the moderns. It's, but I don't know. I mean, imagine everybody put their freaking faith into what was that? All Point, All Now for the first appearance of Kamala Khan, because she's going to be in the TV show and the movies, and then it ends up being Marvel's biggest bomb. I mean, for as much as I actually like the TV show, and I like that girl as Ms. Marvel. She's fun to watch. She's infectious with her excitement about being that character. Yeah, the speculation, it's just everything's crashing. And some of those things went so freaking high, it's ridiculous. It can't do anything but crash. In no way, shape, or form, the first appearance of Moon Knight should be near $5,000, which is the highest I saw it.
Yeah.
I'm curious, who drew the cover to that X Factor?
Liefeld.
Liefeld. Hey, yeah, we got a Liefeld cover, and there's feet. Showing why he stopped watching feet. Man, it looks like Archangel is wearing clown shoes. It's like skinny little ankles. It's like he's going wading. He's wearing freaking swimmers on his shoe. Well, no way with tiny ankles like that, his toes are going out that far.
Yeah, well, worry not. He only did the cover. Terry Shoemaker and Al Milgram are credited with the art.
God bless him. He is known for, he's still famous. People still dig him.
Yep.
So I know that I was looking on eBay for the Space Force, and there are 2 different. They're the ones, I guess it was the campaign, and then they're the ones that were through the alternate. We have the one that was through alternate, which is still in some between 30 and 50,
Yeah.
depending.
Yeah. So 300, you say, Undead Quinn? Okay.
Yeah.
I think that'd only be like a 10x.
Let's get the 1 minute warning.
Just make
and
sure.
this is what I got. See if I. Oh, go on ahead, Eric, and then
Just
I'll
to
read
make
off.
sure it isn't signed by Ron Lim.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
I actually thought Tim Lim was Ron Lim when I first met him.
Oh God! Imagine if you could get to a Trump rally and get Trump to sign the book.
I know, right? That would be over the top, wouldn't it? Okay, so where is it? Where is it? A is X-Men 214. There is no love, and then we have B with Austin at $3. No love for the X Factor. The Adventures of Superman with Vezrin at $4 each, and then we have and that's D&E. F here is with Jim at $4. Vezrin has G right now at $3, and then Jim has H at $4, I at $4, and Darkness Comes has the Web of Spider-Man at $3. Let me get these down. Stop up. Oh, Darkness says $3 on A. Okay, gotcha.
Oh no, $3 on A. That'll do it.
That slab worth. You know, actually, the book we're selling tonight is in very good condition. So, yeah, I would say so. Alrighty, and then we've got Darkness Comes with 3 on A.
Oh, what issue number is B? That's in the 240s, isn't it?
It is 249.
249.
All right. Sure, we can't get any love for that Liefeld covered X Factor. So we can mark this down as the very first lot where everything sells. Going once. Oh, no, we got the stock. Actually, it's the only one that hasn't been bid on. So if you do want it, just say so. If you are new and you just started watching and you look through any of the past lots, if there's something that you do want, or just say the word. All righty, grab these. Okay, I should be going through these and reading them off, shouldn't I? Duh. That's the way I normally do it. Okay, so A, we have to Darkness Comes at 3, and B is with Austin. No Love for the X Factor, and The Adventures of Superman with Jim at 4 each. And then we had 199 with Jim at 4. Vezrin had 229 for the Legion of Superheroes, and then Legion of Superheroes 231 with Jim, 233 with Jim, and Darkness had the Web of Spider-Man annual. Boom. All right. That's the
Yeah. Cartoons and comics don't leave. You just got here.
Yeah, what's up, man? How you doing? All righty. And now we got a few more $3 books. Oh, I'm sorry. You want to go to the 5s? You okay there, Eric?
How do the umps give him the benefit of the doubt when he hasn't thrown a strike yet?
I have no idea. All right, first up, we've got Lock and Key, co-starring the Sandman, or the Sandman presents Lock and Key. There we go. Next up, from the Mind and Pencil of Jack Kirby, we have OMAC, One Man Army, issue number 3. And then from Terry Moore, we have Lady Supreme, issue number 1.
Ooh.
Next up, for, I always expect Amy to be here, so I always try to throw one of these in, but we got the Get Along Gang, issue number 2.
Yeah. Well, remember, I think she's watching the read along stream, so she'll
okay.
probably be here like in an hour.
And then we have Lobo Zero. Lobo is so hot right now. Actually, I'm not kidding when I say that. Lobo's gotten a push by the announcement Momoa might play him. Shadow by Phil Hester and Ivan Rodriguez. This is a prestige format, double-sized book. It's a one-shot called Death Factory. Next up, we have Zorro. He makes the sign of the Z. And this is reprinting the first Zorro story from Dell Comics, which is actually the very first Zorro proper in comics. The very first appearance of Zorro in comics is a Kid Eternity story where he brings him up and he's wearing a pink leotard. Okay, here we go. This is Timeless Zorro Tales, also reprinting old Dell stories. And then because I needed something to fill it out, we've got the giant size Tarzan, number 238 from last week, as well as the giant size Dracula. And once again, there is water damage at the top. Okie dokies. Bidding begins at $3 each as soon as LK says go. All right. So, Eric, other than the Good Along Gang, what are you going to? What catches your eye here?
The Tarzan, the giant-sized Dracula, and believe it or not, Lady Supreme.
Well, of course.
But, the art is typical image, of the era where they kind of look like manga drawings.
Yeah,
with faces. But Terry Moore, that's the same Terry Moore that's been writing all like Strangers in Paradise and all that shit. So it's well written. And I said when the pitch is right down the fucking plate, swing that piece of wood you took. Jesus.
And that is advice for every comic book creator. Be a Terry Moore and swing for the fences.
Yep, swing for that pitch. It's right down the middle.
Yeah, yes. All right. Yeah.
Because Kimbrel's got nothing tonight, and he just throws up a cookie that should have ended the game. Anyway, that giant-sized Dracula. That's the Spider-Man variant I bought. That's that cover.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Now I see it.
It was really, it was really spot on.
Oh, I thought you were about to say, the book itself was actually really, really decent.
Oh no, I didn't open it.
I'll second the Lady Supreme. If I remember correctly, she is the daughter of Supreme and Glory. And it was a fun time because I think that was a spinoff. That was during or just after I think Alan Moore's run on Supreme.
Or right around that time. Yeah. I said I don't even remember if there was a second issue. There might have been a second, but that was it. They only lasted 2.
Yeah. Well, I know at least one because I do have that Lady Supreme #1 because I recognize it.
I have that one. I have that one. I can't remember if I have that one or not though.
Yeah, if you get that, you've got half of the complete run of Lady Supreme.
Now, Elle, have you read the Alan Moore Supremes?
I did at the time. I haven't read them in quite a while, but I know I was a big fan at that point. I know reading it, part of it was kind of like his take on if he had gotten to write Superman.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I loved him. I didn't read him at the time because I was an idiot, but I've read a bunch of them in the last few years, and I wish I'd appreciated him more back then.
Yeah. So Lady Supreme is not a superhuman stripper. That is just a kind of an homage, if you will, of the classic Superman pose, where he's going from Clark Kent and pulling his suit apart. The show is Superman suit underneath. So,
I'm going to need a moment.
No.
Somebody in a red uniform just touched this object that's got a point behind it. What do they call that? It's at the end of the bases. When you go around the bases, there's that object.
Yeah, the home plate.
Yeah, a Reds player just touched it, and they didn't like burst into flames or anything. So it can be done.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Despite all that, you're still at 500, which is better than the Giants right now.
Well, damn it. See, and since the Orioles have an actual manager, they just yanked Kimbrel. So that's what's going to end 2-1. Damn it.
Yeah. So, Austin, if you're bidding on J, you're going to have to go higher than $3 because Darkness beat you out.
Okay. All right. I'm just taking time to write everything down. Thank you guys for keeping the conversation going.
Just
I personally go for the Zoros. I like a lot of stuff up here. This actually turned out to be pretty good. Shadow, I would never pass up a Shadow. I'm sorry. I like most of them, if not all.
There's
But
one you'd pass.
These three right here. These three right here. Absolutely. There is no such thing as Shadow versus Batman drawn by Riley Rosmo. Why? Why do you even bring stuff like that up?
No. The last solo Shadow series was written by a Mark Russell type, and it was SJW to the core, and that's
the one where he was in bed with Burns and shit, and yeah, I remember that one. That was not good. I'm not sure if I saw Jim's message. I got the Superman at 4. Yeah, you know what, Vezerin? That was one of those situations where I said it, but what I wrote down was the right thing. So, yeah, I got you down there, guys. But thank you very much for calling it out. Keep me on my toes. Make sure. I certainly appreciate it. Darkness says D, I, and J, and Gail's bringing the bird for some reason.
I'm just going down here.
I don't know.
Showing you
Oh my gosh, he is. Oh, here, let me.
drenched.
This is what a little bird looks like when they bathe. That is so cute. He's there, yeah. Oh, did he jump in the shower? Yeah, I know.
I tried to go in the shower without him, and he made a fuss.
Right. We spoil our bird a lot. There. Hey there, boy. Go on, Mama. She's got food. Okay, sorry for breaking up the conversation with the bird stuff.
Yeah, that's all right. It happens. Yeah.
Okay, so Darkness did 3 on D, I, and J. Okay. Oh, he went for the Get Along Gang.
Yeah.
All right. Actually, that Marvel Star Comics stuff, that is going right now. Okay, $3 on the Tarzan and $3 on the Dracula. From Darkness Comes. And then we have 3 on J and K from Austin, which, of course, you have to go a little higher because of Darkness. I'm sure that's what you were talking about earlier, but we've got K. Wait, K.
Well, and then he later on said scratch that. Oh, just K. Sorry. Okay, so.
But I don't have a K. It stops at J.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
And actually, I said it out loud. I was like, wait a second, we don't have J.
That's a good point. So Austin, which 2 books did you mean to bid on?
4K. Where's 4K?
Where the fuck's 4K?
By the way, this is a movie we quote around the house and on the channel. It is awesome. Oh, dude, I just noticed there is a tape pull on this for some reason. But, hey, it's still a good book. We are giving away Mystery in Space and The Nail today. Every $10 gets you a spot on the board. And every 10 people on the board, we give away a new book. And if there are 20 people, I will find another one. I've got X-Men Savage Land waiting to jump in as well. So there you go, guys. Every $10. And right now we've got... we got Jim on the board twice. And let's see. Spiffy's at 3. We've got LK with 5. We've got, like I said, Jim's at 23 right now. So he's on the board twice. Vezerin's at 9. So he's 1 away. And Darkness, as of last one, is at 18. So he's about to be on the board twice. So, yeah, jump on, guys. Good stuff. And where do we cheat? Say again? Oh, good.
I said in relatively cheap.
Yeah. Hopefully, anyway. And unfortunately, though, it's been a while since the last bid, so let us get the 1-minute warning. And I'll read this off again. There's only a few bids this slot. Ah, man, you guys are leaving some good stuff on the table. No love for Sandman, Omok, Lady Supreme, Lobo, Shadow, really? Or the Zoros? Dang. All righty. Whoop. Glenzer came in and said 3 on F, G, and H.
And Darkness, you just got beat out by Glenzer. That's what I see.
Yep.
So you'd have to go 350 or higher on G and H.
That, I think, is some smart bidding right there.
Yeah.
Because these are Dell reprints. Actually, Darkness, you have this. This was the very first of the record-breaking bidding. I remember you have the original first appearance of Zorro, of Zorro proper. I think and of Dell. Yeah, was the first appearance. Yes.
So the guys walked Stevenson. So the pitching coach came out to the mound. I think it was something like this. This team has 7 hits in 2 games. Just does
Austin says 4 on J. Okay.
Wow, this looks like it's going to be an interesting series because the Timberwolves just knocked off the Nuggets in Game 1.
Did they really?
Yeah.
Holy
Was looking for a hang-up wall copy. Yeah, I agree with that on some. I was actually thinking of the facsimiles for putting up. Let's just put up because it's the classic cover. That was before they started doing the variant covers for facsimiles.
Wow.
Yeah.
The last time the Timberwolves won a series, Kevin
We
Garnett
got
was
5 on J from Darkness.
No, I know. Don't remind me of that. They just posted that on the.
So far, we've had 2 fisticuffs. Hasn't gone beyond that.
I remember that Game 7 all too well because that was the series where I think Weber got hurt in Game 2 and just killed the Kings' chances.
Well, they are the Kings.
Yeah.
I mean, they were my cross to bear as a small child when they were the Cincinnati Royals, and it hasn't improved.
No, they've. You can argue they've gotten progressively worse as they've moved across to the west.
Okay. Once it hits 927, if there isn't a challenge to Darkness Comes, we'll move on and put up the stop. And
Yeah,
this is what I got here. All right. All right. Once again, no love for Sandman, Lock and Key, Omok, or surprisingly, I got to tell you, sometimes I look at books and I go, these are going to sell. Lady Supreme was one of the ones I thought was going to sell.
Show it when Venkman shows up. He'll buy it.
Okay. Let's see. But also what I thought was going to sell was the Shadow and the 2 Zorros, and they did to Glenzer. And that is at $3 each. And Darkness has the Tarzan. Austin has the Dracula. All right. The bottom row is usually what I think, okay, these are the ones that are going to go. And they did. So there you go. Well, let me get the next round up, and we're going to move on to the $5 if you don't mind changing the banner there.
Okay.
By the way, he threw the ball sort of over the plate and struck the next guy out.
Okie dokies. Artichokies.
There's the $5 one. There's the banner.
Let's see. What we got next is Batman. I like the fact that they say New Adventures, like it's an animated series. But this is Batman 414. Yes, that is cool. And then we have Batman number 416. Whoops.
Yeah.
Darkness Comes had the Get Along gang. All right. Next up, we have Batman issue number 407. That is part 4 of the year 1. This is an awesome fucking book, even on its own. You know what else is an awesome book on its own? Saga of Crystar. I was probably the only person that liked that series back in the 80s. There you go. Next up, we have the very first appearance of John Byrne's Next Men. And this is Dark Horse Presents number 54. This is a minor key. I've got to say, if he had continued it, I would say it should be a hell of a lot more. But there you go. Okay, next up, we have Dennis the Menace in Hollywood. It is a little rolled, and there is the problem at the bottom. All right. Next up, we have Doctor Strange number 14. Doctor Strange versus Dracula. It's the versus Dracula that runs that one. Alan Moore's Glory. Now, I got to point out, this is Alan Moore's Glory, and usually she's all cheesecakey on the covers. But there you go. Next up, we have Hardware #1. You do have all the stuff that goes with it, including the bag, but there's the book itself. So, okay. And Our Fighting Forces. Whoops, I forgot to take off the original tag. Let me. Whoops. Okay, here we go. Yeah, oh well, it did that rip thing. We have Our Fighting Forces #92. There you go, from DC. And bidding begins at $5 each as soon as LK says go. Alrighty, cool times.
What's wrong with the Our Fighting Forces?
Nothing.
Wow. That's a good deal.
Oh, wait, yeah, actually, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. This.
Oh, usually if you see Our Fighting Forces in that time frame for $5, it's got more wrong with it than what you just showed. So that's a heck of a deal.
Oh,
wow,
okay.
Good grief, Glenser. That is Rondo Hatton, but
Rondo Hatton on the cover of E. Oh yeah, actually, yeah. Yeah, you were talking about that before. Okay. Well, I did look it up, and yeah, I thought maybe to sell it.
Well, oh no, the price. Those price. Again, if you look at your comic book realm, it's. I don't know if you look there, but I mean, they're fantasy prices, but still, that's a great deal for that era of Our Fighting Forces.
I think so too.
Just like that Doctor Strange 14, that's a fantastic deal. Any copy or any one of the 4 parts of Batman Year One that doesn't fall apart in your hand is a great deal for $5. So yeah, that's
what you're saying is this is a great place to come for comics.
It's a gee whiz. It's a great place to come for comics and one crabby ass son of a bitch baseball fan.
Yes.
Because I took, my diaper's fuller than my nephew's after a Tampa Bay loss right now.
Alrighty, that's what we wanted to hear.
Well, that's not literally now. That comes in a few years, I'm sure.
Right. Let's go with that story. Stick to that one.
Okay.
So where do you go on this board? What is your #1 pick there, okay?
Oh boy. Well, I mean, I'll say since I put a bid on it, it would be E.
Okay. I didn't see it yet. I'm still writing down it.
Yeah, because I've got a Darkness just blew me out of the water there. So
by the way, I'm writing. Let me clear this up just in case there's a message. I'm writing down the prices, and on my paper, I have Darkness. I wasn't reading the paper when I called out, and I remembered AP got it, but it's actually Darkness at $5 for the Dracula on the last one. So sorry, go on ahead. Keep talking about what's great and why you're getting it.
I mean, I will still say E there for Dark Horse Presents with the first appearance of the Next Men. I thoroughly loved the Next Men run. I mean, that was the era where I was reading, Harbinger, and of course, it reminded me, again, of the X-Men and things like that. And so, I mean, I've got my complete run of Next Men, but I didn't realize I don't have their first appearance from that. So, but Darkness has come in and thrown down the gauntlet, and
you know what? I don't think you should take that from them. You want that Next Man. Yeah, man, you should stand up for.
I need to budget accordingly here. Plus, who knows what else might come next? And then, I mean, otherwise, I would say Glory again. This was a fun period of Alan Moore writing in the 90s. Of Alan Moore getting to write superhero books and not going crazy with them. And yeah, he took a character in Glory that, otherwise would have been your classic cheesecake bad girl, type character coming out of Image, especially coming out of the Liefeld machine. and wrote a good book.
I'd say that wasn't as impressive as what he did with Supreme.
Okay,
Because
so
that
Darkness
that
comes
was
in.
every cliche image could come up with.
Yeah.
Darkness says, what was that? It was to do E and G. And then next up, LK says 550 on E. Alrighty, and then we have 5 on B from Austin, Batman 416. Alrighty.
And also he's got $5 on C. Do you see that? E.
Did I miss it?
His poster says $5 B C.
Oh, I'm way up at the 931 point.
Yeah.
This one.
Oh, sorry, not Austin. Jim. Jim Sorensen has $5 on B and $5
Oh,
on
so
C.
I see. I see. So I missed Jim. Jim says $5 on B and C. Okay. And then Austin got outbid
So
there. So his, yeah, and then $10 on E. Recheck scrolling.
And that goes back to the Dracula, I believe, because Austin.
Oh, okay.
was out
Gotcha.
on Dracula last lot.
Right. Yeah, I fixed it when I was writing down. He Joe Biden just fans. What? And his hardware basically like Deathlock, basically like Iron Man. Is Beetle Bailey a member of the Fighting Forces? He is the only member of the Fighting Forces. Alrighty. But no, there you go. Okay, so we got a few bids. We got a few not bids so far. No love for number 414, the first one here. 416 with Jim at 5, as well as 407. Jim's got that at 5. No love for the Chris Star, but the Dark Horse Presents is now at 10 with Darkness. No love for Dennis the Menace. Doctor Strange with Darkness Comes. And surprisingly, no love for Glory, Hardware, and Superman Family. Well, that was supposed to be Superman Family. What did I do with Superman Family? Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Because this is an AMJ lot, and I switched them because I realized I had one of my books in his. There you go. Okay, that's what happened. So this is Fighting Forces. Alrighty, kids. DC War Comic. What you got there, guys? Let's see. We have 6 minutes between bids here, so if you want to get the 1 minute warning, yeah, just go to the stop. It's been 6 minutes between. You know what? Give it the 1 minute warning, and I'll read it off one more time, and then at the end we'll put up the stop. So give a few minutes if anybody wants to make a last minute bid. Once again, we have no love for Batman 414. Batman 416 and 407, that's B and C, is with Jim at $5 each. No love for the Chris Star. The Dark Horse Presents number 54, first appearance of X-Men. We have Darkness Comes with 10. We have no love for the Dennis the Menace, but the Doc Strange is with Darkness Comes, and no love for Glory, Hardware, or Fighting Forces. Any last minute bids pop up, we will honor them if they are for a book that's not already taken. Otherwise, let's get the stop. All right. Done. The Chris Star, and boom, 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 and boom. Alrighty. Something for the weeks coming up. And the ones that are, I'm going to go through it one more time. Doc Strange with Darkness Comes. Jim has the 2 Batmans, and Darkness Comes has the first appearance of the Next Minute 10. All right. Put these down and get my contribution to the $5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. All right. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, starting with an incredible haul. By the way, this is one of the first, if not like the first Marvel comic I really read. This is 10 times awesome, him going up against the Absorbing Man. And I know it's probably a lot of my nostalgia for reading it, but dudes, do yourself a favor. That's a An awesome book. Next up, we have the Incredible Hulk Annual number 10, where he's going up against Captain Universe. Oh, he's changing into the Hulk and Captain Universe. And then we have the Amazing Spider-Man 237 fighting the Stilt Man. Great freaking cover, by the way. Always loved that cover. And then we have Superman Family. Hey, remember when I mentioned that? This is it. It's Superman Family 186. There you go. And next up and final for this top row, we have Firestorm number 4 from the original series. This is from the original 5 issues. This is the first appearance of the villain Hyena. There you go. Next up, we have, this is Uncle Scrooge, issue number 19, I believe it was. There you go. From Dell Comics. 1950 something. I had the dates last night. Next up, this was it from the 60s, and this is Walt Disney's Daisy Duck and Uncle Scrooge Picnic Time. Now there is a split right here on the cover. All righty. Next up, we have, this was, I believe, what did we find out about this one? It's got right here, 1948. This is Magic Comics starring Blondie and others. Legitimate Golden Age comics. Next up, we have, this is from 1952, and this is Walt Disney Comics and Stories, issue number 224.
Yeah, that's not 52. It says still 10 cents. I'd put it about 59 or 60. There, you have another one that's from 50.
Oh, yeah, it says 59. You're right. I read it wrong. My bad eyes. And this one is issue number 379. This is, I think, one of those older ones, just because of the Dell sticker. Yeah, there you go. And it's autographed by Earl Wayne. Okay, bidding begins at $5 each as soon as LK says go.
My copy is not autographed, but I'm holding a Dell 379 myself as we speak.
Ah, cool. You greened me.
I read it yesterday.
And was it all the fun that you have come to expect from these books?
Why, if I can go to the well again, golly gee willikers, it sure was.
Awesome. That is awesome.
I loved it. I said
these books are fun.
Yeah, there's damn fossils.
Yeah.
You haven't been invited back on yet, have you? Have you, Eric?
What do you mean, since 3 days ago?
Oh, you were on a fossil show?
Yeah, I was the guest this week.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thanks for supporting me.
Oh, you're welcome. I was busy this week, so.
Yeah, I'm sure you were.
Yep. So darkness comes blasting out of the gate. He lays down bids on 8 of the 10 books.
All right. That's a good thing. I respect that.
So, A, B, D, F, G, H, I, and J. So, no bid on Amazing Spidey and no bid on Firestorm. So, and Rhaegar, yes, I did. And I know some people are trying to say it's not, but all you have to do is look at that author's timeline for about 5 minutes, and he is a far left nut job that should not be writing Warhammer 40K books.
Which nut bar author?
I know his first name's Mike. I don't give a damn. But
his last name's I don't give a damn.
Yeah. But basically, if you're familiar with old YouTuber Sargon of Akkad.
Oh yeah, I remember him. Yeah.
This guy put in a villain. It's like literally like Sargon Akkad, like AAD or something, and yeah, it's clearly meant to be.
Well, that black radio host in the Superman book, is that supposed to be Ripa? It looks like they draw him like Ripa. It really does.
Yeah. I mean, knowing some of these Jokers, it very well could be.
Yeah, I was looking at that. I was like, come on, that's as jarring and as stupid as when you see a villain that's named after a popular artist. That just takes me out of the books really quick.
You know what takes me out of a book really quick?
Bathroom.
Just seeing Mark Russell under writer.
Okay, so let me get these. Darkness says A, B, D, F, and GHIJ. Okay.
Rhaegar as slave governor.
But the word slave is okay.
Yeah, no, it's an indentured servant governor, but that's
gotcha. Indentured servant governor.
So and then Vezrin comes back, $6 on A, $6 on F, and $5 on C. Slow. So
be right back.
All righty. Oh, did he what? No.
Okay, and I am writing down. I'm still on the Darkness Com stuff, so give me just a moment.
Yep.
Okay, you got all those done, and then hey, okay, did you hear about the one rider? Okay.
Yeah.
So I got a COD, 6 for A, F, and 5 for C. All right. Vez put 6 on the Uncle Scrooge, and 6 on the Incredible Hulk 209 of the KB, and C, he put 5, getting that Stilt Man. All right. There we go. So far, Firestorm, and that's it.
Yeah, that's the only book.
Firestorm is the last man standing for not having a home.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Darkness Comes has most of the run, but Vezrin has A, C, and
F, and then Jim Sorensen put down $6 on D.
6 on D, the Superman family.
Yeah.
All righty.
So I watched a relatively new show on Disney Plus this week. I was curious to check out, and it shocked me because I've seen the ads on YouTube for it. Meanwhile, Darkness comes in with $7 on F.
Okay.
So he's not ready to give up on Uncle Scrooge. But it was incredible trying to find it on Disney Plus. It wasn't in any of like the top, I'll call them headlines, the shows they highlight. It wasn't listed in their new or recent shows. So have you heard of the show Renegade Nell?
No.
Okay. So it's set in 1705 England. And it's about this young woman that comes back, and I'd have to go take a look at what war England was in and, the end of the 1600s and early 1700s. But she comes back to her small town, and it's kind of the classic, the governor, the actual, or forget what the term was, magistrate, I think back then, basically the guy who kind of ran the small town. His son is a jerk, and, and has eyes for that girl's sister, and one thing leads to another. But the whole thing that kind of made it interesting is that it was billed as she has like superpowers or something. Well, it turns out it's interesting because it does. I can definitely see where some people would say, oh yeah, this is another woke leftist girl boss stuff. But she gets beat the hell up a couple times and definitely screws stuff up. She is far from a Mary Sue in it. And what's interesting is so where her quote unquote kind of like powers or abilities comes from is when you see it at the very beginning, she comes across some highwaymen robbing a coach, and she gets pistol whipped to the ground. And as she looks up, you see this like glowing thing like fly into her mouth, and then suddenly she pops up, and she's got super strength, and knocks the guy 20 feet in the air kind of thing, and can move faster and all that. And then of course, like when the fight's over, it leaves, and so she's back to normal. And you know, you find out that it's like this little fairy guy, you know, and Fairy,
Right. Yeah.
yeah, whatever. You know, that is, I guess, kind of like her protector. So we still don't know exactly, okay, how this came about. But the thing is that she only gets the powers if she's like seriously in trouble. You know, so
Okay. Like it's an emotional thing.
kind of like
Give me just a moment here and let's get this stopped. What we got here is Veteran has Incredible Hulk 209. That's A. Darkness Comes has the Incredible Hulk Annual. B. C is Amazing Spider-Man 237. That goes to Veteran. And D goes to Jim. That's Superman Family 186 at 6. No love for Firestorm number 4. Guess I've got to find the other 4 issues and put it as a set that'll cost $100. Uncle Scrooge.
It'll cost a little bit more than that, and it's actually the 5-issue miniseries that's.
Well, it wasn't a miniseries when it came out. Let's not play modern day Marvel games. This goes to the Uncle Scrooge, which is F, goes to Darkness Comes at 7. The Daisy and Scrooge Picnic Time, it goes to Darkness at 5. Magic Comics to Darkness at 5. That's H. And then I is Walt Disney Comics Stories 224, goes to Darkness at 5, as well as Walt Disney Comics and Stories number 379. All right, let me get these down and we'll get the next. Oh, are we past the 5? Yeah, we're on to big dogs.
A couple things. L actually would only be about 100 because the price of number 3 is cratered.
Yeah,
unless they're in really good shape, you could do that series for 100.
Okay, we're going to go on to some big dog books. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7.
Yeah. So you're telling me the prices on Comic Book Realm are inflated for Firestorm?
Yeah.
Well, let's see where they are today.
In general, I'll just say yes, because in general, Comic Book Realm does. Okay, and by the way, Key Collector sucks for anything that's not a key, by the way. And even then, they're slow. All right, kids, next up. And I forgot what this was, but other than the Predator and the Godzilla. But here we have Dark Horse Comics, number 11, with Godzilla, Predator, and Aliens. All in one book there. Okay, next up we have Batman 397. And we have Shadow of the Bat, which is the first appearance of Zaz, and it's the collector's set. So you got all the stuff, the Shadow of Bat number 1, 3-dimensional Arkham Asylum pop-up, the 2 full-color Brian Selfreeze posters, the official blueprint of Arkham Asylum, and a special edition bookmark, all in this one first appearance of the assassin Zaz, or the serial killer, and I'm going to throw in issue number 2 as well for 15. All right. And then we have from Malibu Comics, before they became Image and such, we've got Necroscope, number 1. And we have from a comic book company called Marvel, we have Red Sonja, number 15. There you go. Next up, we have, hey, Kool-Aid. This is actually first appearance Kool-Aid Man in comics, but there you go. The Adventures of Kool-Aid Man, issue number 1. Next up, we have X-Men, number 210. And here we have the Marvel milestone of Millie the Model, issue number 100. And we have the Avengers, issue number 110. Or 119, sorry. And then we have Miss Meow. And that is issue number 1. And it is one of the variant covers. There you go. So, no, wait, no, that might be cover A. Bidding begins as soon as LK says go. If you have any more questions or you want to see a book closer, please just ask. Also, if every $10 you spend gets you a spot on the winner's wheel, where you could choose from Mystery in Space or Justice League, The Nail, an awesome Elseworlds book. Every 10 people who get on the wheel, we add another book. So we're either giving 1 or maybe 2. If we ever reach 20, we'll actually give away 3 in one night. So there you go.
Yeah. Last time I had occasion to look at Firestorm, I think it was 60, yeah, 12, 40, 12, and 12. So I don't
What's
know.
the most you saw Killer Frost going for?
100.
100. I saw 125 once. I think it was an eBay sale.
Well, yeah, again, you get people bidding. Unless it was a buy it now, but yeah, I get maxed out at 100 on Comic Book Realm, and I said I have to cross-reference a hell of a lot more than I used to. Yeah, it was, for a while, if Comic Book Realm, you had it on one way, that was good enough for me, but way too many things. I mean, there's like Fantastic Four 72, they've got listed for $1,000. And you go on my comic shop, and it's not even close to that.
Wait, Fantastic Four, what a number?
72.
Which is?
Exactly.
I'm trying to picture.
It doesn't have any of the Fantastic Four on the cover.
Oh, okay.
And I don't know why it's, there's no first appearance of, the guy standing behind the guy standing behind the guy in the red shirt.
Yeah. Okay, so LK, where do you go first on this board?
Oh, let's see. Probably the Red Sonja on there, because I already have Miss Meow #1, so I'm covered there. Because it's Merc Publishing. I know they've done some crowdfunded stuff. I think they've worked with Jamie Tyndall. So for people curious, Miss Meow, kind of like a mercenary / kind of Catwoman type character. Fun book. Then of course, X-Men's always good. Avengers is always good. So that would be where I'd go.
How about you, Eric? What looks good to you?
Well, that the Miss Meow is supposedly set in the same universe as the other book that Drew was doing. That was the Barbarian chick. I can't remember the name of.
Oh yeah, I know most of the Merc Publishing is like all one universe.
Yeah, even though they take place like thousands of years apart. And I think they were going to do some kind of crossover. I would, assuming I didn't have anything on the board. Avengers, yeah, but, and then honestly, I think I'd probably go Millie.
The Avengers and then Millie.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going here. I'm visiting Kool-Aid Man. Tell you the truth, it's just a kid thing, I remember I was young when that came out. The X-Men is incredible. Can't go wrong. And by the way, the first appearance of Zaz is actually a great start to that series. So that is Shadow of the Bat #1. So yeah, that's a lot of can't miss right there. So those are all very recommendable books. This is I gotta say, the only one I don't know about is Necroscope, and it looks awesome. That's the only one I don't know about. But get yourself some good Godzilla and get some Predator and Alien from Dark Horse. Those were always good books. So I don't think there's a bad turn on this one.
No, every book on here has its virtue on there. But yeah, just to finish up on the Renegade Nail, the first episode wasn't bad. A little concerned about the way it ended in terms of now where the story's going to go, but it just really surprised me because I remembered seeing ads a month or two ago about it, and it seemed like Disney was pushing it. And then, as I say, I've seen several times, like when I've started up YouTube videos or gone to somebody's channel, that pops up as an ad. But then just to find it completely buried on Disney Plus, and the fact that like no one talking about it, all the episodes are out there. They dumped everything out there.
That's part of the problem. That's part of the problem with the streaming. It just, after a show is released, it's just given up on. There's no conversation about it after runs its course. It's unlike things that are released to the theaters, where of course they're in theaters for a month and conversations going on. Then they get their DVD release. Then they get their streaming release. A streaming show, it's out there, and then if it doesn't hit big, nobody talks about it. Darkness Comes says 8 on A, 7 on D, and 8 on H.
Yeah. Well, and again, and that's where the whole release it all at once now model, I think, fails. Because when Netflix started doing that, it was unique because nobody else was doing that, and there wasn't that much, especially like new content out when they did it. But now you've got so many, I'll say tier 1 type streaming channels, pushing out new shows or stuff that they get maybe from England or, this show from, Spain or whatever, that you're killing yourself if you just go, yeah, okay, let's just throw it all out there at once. And then, at some point somebody will stumble across it. You're killing yourself that way. I mean, again, it's like what I say with Fallout. I think it was a gigantic mistake by Amazon to dump all that out at once.
For as how good as it was, I absolutely agree with you. Yeah. Because this would have been a show where people would have talked about and gone, okay, and there would have been weeks and weeks of YouTube videos discussing it and such.
Yeah.
So,
and then you get to the final episode and it would have been Game of Thrones all over again. But I digress. Although again, it's going to
ruin things for me, LK. Don't ruin things for me. I'm enjoying this.
I'm not ruining it for you, because here's the thing: there are plenty of other people, I'll say, on our side of the spectrum that like the show. I think Critical Drinker, for example, really liked it a lot. It's actually
a 1 minute warning.
It's actually sparked some good debate, on this side of the fence. And it also shows too how, we're, not all just a monolith and saying, everybody either likes or dislikes this and blah, blah, blah. So, good stuff.
Alrighty. Wait, what we're talking about Fallout. I just started watching it, or at least I'm now in the middle. We just finished episode 5 and I'm loving it. And I'm not somebody who sees that kind of stuff everywhere anymore. I used to be. I hated the fact that I was like that. So, I try to avoid that. So here's what I got. We got the 1 minute warning. Here's what I got. Dark Horse Comics 11 to Darkness Comes. No love for Batman 397. Shadow of the Bat to Darkness Comes. Necroscope to Darkness Comes. That's D. No love for the Red Sonja. Or the Kool-Aid Man. Guys, come on. Really? X-Men 210 is with Jim. Millie the Model is with Darkness Comes. And the Avengers with Jim. No love for the Cheesecake. It would Miss Meow. All right. Some questionable not decisions there.
Yeah.
So like I said,
here's a fun question.
What's up?
So, which studio do you think would put out a Kool-Aid Man movie?
Which Nickelodeon? Nickelodeon, I think, would do well with a Kool-Aid Man.
Yeah. Rhaegar.
Which is Paramount, and Paramount needs the Kool-Aid Man.
Yeah. Rhaegar, I think Mahler did his video, did the long stream last week going over Fallout. So I haven't.
Man, I did. I don't know what I did wrong, but I actually have attempted to do what Mahler has ended up doing long before Mahler did it. And every time when I would post, like, you can post the video before the video goes out and it'll tell you if it's going to copyright you. And every time I put it out, no matter how short I clipped the scenes and I didn't use sound or anything, I always got, I've always got taken. It always said copyright claim, copyright claim, copyright claim. I even put it behind a screen, so it marred the view. God bless him. I don't know how he does it, but I've been trying to do that shit for a long time. Okay, let's talk about the ones that got no love as I'm clearing this out. On the top row, it was Batman. And is it the price on the Batman? Is it just a bit too high for you? That's what the market was showing. That's what I put it up there for. But let me know. Let me know if it's the price on these things. Because, yeah, I want to work with you guys. So you tell me. All right, next up, no love for the Kool-Aid Man or the Ms. Meow. All right, there you go. And what we have here is Darkness Comes has issue number 11 of Dark Horse Comics. And did I say Dark Horse Comes? Darkness Comes has Dark Horse Comics. Shadow of the Bat and Necroscope. And then on the bottom row, Jim, I know, has the X-Men and the Avengers, and Darkness Comes has the Millie the Model. I am so glad this sold. I mean, I'm glad everything sells, obviously, but this is just one of those I saw, and I was like, holy shit, that's so cool. I never knew they did a Marvel milestone of that.
El, do you remember Billy Martin, Don?
Oh, God, yes.
And Phil Rizzuto?
Yeah.
I'll never forget September 6, 1950. I got a letter threatening me, Hank Bauer, Yogi Bear, and Johnny Mize. It said if I showed up in uniform against the Red Sox, I'd be shot. I turned the letter over to the FBI and told my manager, Casey Stengel, about it. You know what Casey did? He gave me a different uniform and gave mine to Billy Martin.
That's fun.
All
right, kids.
What's the money store?
All right, kids. Next up, still in the big dog. We got 4 lots of big dogs, and following that, we've got 4 lots of sets. There's a lot of sets tonight. We're having a lot of sets tonight. All right, next up, guys, we've got Dick Tracy, Death of a Hood, and the Croyan Serum. It is a trade paperback collecting newspaper strips from 12/20/39 to 3/10/40, telling the same story there, guys. So we got that trade paperback going on. Next up, from all the way in the, I believe this was a 19. I have the dates. I should have written them. But this is, I'm trying to remember when this is from. If it's from 40s or 50s, I'm going to go early 50s just to be safe. It doesn't have a code on it, but this is Tip Top Comics. It does have a tape pull, as you can see. It's got multiple tape pulls. But there you go. This stars the obviously the Catch Jammer kids, and we've got the captain and the kids, Lil Abner, Triple Terror, Iron Vic, Fritzy Ritzy, Nancy, Tailspin, Tommy, Jim Hardy, Mirrorman, and Louis Dope, and the Funny Side Up. A lot of books in these. These 10 centers were always big news. And here we have Walt Disney Comics and Stories issue number 127. There you go. And this was from the 40s. I remember we looked that up last night.
It's 51.
51. Okay, I was wrong. Okay. I need that freaking thing again. Then we have issue 235 of Walt Disney Comics and Stories. This is actually in pretty darn good shape, kids. There we go. Alrighty, and next up, this one isn't in great shape. This is Ace Comics, and this stars Blondie, the Phantom, and Jungle Jim. Everything is together, but there are 3 folds that are loose from the center. So this is Ace Comics, and this is issue number 46. Did I not? Oh, I ran out of stickers. Okay. Let's see, Ace Comics. I got this. Say again.
You don't have them on the Walt Disney books either.
Yeah, I've got them down here. So it's 10, 10, 8, 8, and 8. $8. All righty. Yeah, I ran out of stickers last night doing all this. Okay, now we have some incredibly great shape. Austin, you say you like DC Comics and Silver Age DC Comics. Here is the Atom issue number 33, and just look at that spine. Look at how clean this book is. Look at that. There we go.
The Atom Assassin. Ooh.
There we are. B89, by the way, is the booth at the flea market, and I'm used to now writing, so it's muscle memory. This is the first issue of the Atom and the Hawkman. And this is Hawkman or Atom number 39. It's the first issue of them titled Atom and Hawkman. And once again, this is, as Almighty Jack might say, oh, that's slabbable. That is in such great condition. Alrighty. And next up, we have a book I already showed off, but here is Dick Tracy 123.
Oh, wow, from Harvey. I had no idea that Harvey Comics put out a Dick Tracy book at one point.
Yeah. That is in such great, it is in really good condition. Really, really. And now we have Batman Brave and the Bold. This is issue number 64, where he is with the Eclipso. And it's got the go-go checks. Next up, or last for the lot here anyway, we have Tales to Astonish, issue number 67. Bidding begins as soon as LK says go. All right.
Yeah. So if you could, Darkness can't read, so could you read off what the prices and the titles are again?
Okay, sure. Yeah. Starting at A, we have Dick Tracy. It is the Death of a Hood and the Croywin Serum. It's a reprint of the comic strips between 12/20/39 and 3/10/1940. Then we have Tip Top Comics, number 71. Walt Disney Comics and Stories, 127. And Walt Disney Comics and Stories, 255. And Ace Comics, number 46. And the prices are 10, 10, 8, 8, and 8 on the top row. On the bottom row, we have the Atom, issue number 33 at 10. The Atom Hawkman, this is the first issue of Atom Hawkman. That's issue number 39 at 15. Dick Tracy 123 at 25. Brave and the Bold 64 at 10. And Tales to Astonish 67 at 15. There you go. Once again, bidding starts as soon as LK, and he already did, say go. All right, let's see if there's love for this. And I will step away after you use the restroom. I'll be right back.
I just saw where after the 3-hour rain delay in the Cardinal White Sox game,
yeah,
CB Buckner blows a call to strikes out a guy on a ball to end the game with a batter in.
I'm shocked.
I'm shocked.
Yeah.
Shocked to find out there's gambling at this establishment.
Yeah. So
winnings, Mr. Buckner. Thank you.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Game 7's going to get spicy here for the Maple Leafs and Bruins. We're going to the third period, 0-0. So winner take all.
Actually, I think I'd probably rather watch that than the Dodgers beat up on the Braves again.
Yeah. Well, just because the tension, what's great about this kind of Game 7, you can't get it in any other sport, is the way the tension will just ratchet up in this as the puck goes back and forth until somebody scores. Great theater. And hey, I watched Backlash today. The WWE premium live event from Lyon, France, this afternoon. It was a nice, solid show. They kept it short. It was only 5 matches, so it was done just under 3 hours. Pretty good matches, and the crowd was one of the hottest, most insane crowds I've heard in a long time. I mean, it was a fully packed arena, and they were just raring to go on every single match. So I really enhanced the show. But the the opening match was Owens and Orton against Solo and Tama Tonga. And they started beating on each other before the bell sounded. And so Nick Aldis came out and said, okay, you guys want to just throw out the rules and just beat the crap out of you? Okay, then no DQ, anything, bloodline rules. And so, that was the one match on the card where, all the tables came out and, how stuff, but just great energy. And then, of course, the surprise was Tonga Loa is in WWE.
Who was surprised by that?
Well, the surprise was the fact that everybody thought he was still under contract with New Japan. That he wasn't, going to be able to show up probably like for a year or so.
Hello again. So to answer some questions, first of all, actually, this is you can see it when it's, but it's Jason.
Yeah.
This is Friday the 13th show. Not Jason, Freddie. No, Jason. Yes, it's a Friday the 13th shirt. So there's a lot of hockey masks all over it. Yeah, that's the wild shirt I'm wearing today.
Very cool.
By the way, I barely get to wear, now I am finally, it's warmed up, but I like to wear my shorts, my hat, and just be Florida man, and this is one of the first days I was able to do it. Okay, so Austin put 10 on I, and then Darkness Comes went crazy, thankfully, and said 10 on Tip Top Comics. That's B. All right, and then he says 8 on C, which is Walt Disney Comics and Stories 127. And then he says 8 on D, which is Walt Disney Comics and Stories 255. And then $10 on F, which is the Atom, issue number 33. All righty, next up, he says $10 on, or $15 on G, which is 39 of the Atom and Hawkman, the first issue of the Atom Hawkman. And then he says $10 on I and J, which he got outbid first by Austin. And then J, the Tales to Astonish number 67. And if you notice, Eric, there is one book that is missing.
No,
say again?
I didn't. I don't notice what.
Yeah, that is the Atom with the Atom cover. Yeah, that one's going on my wall. I decided, you know what? And here I am praising it. It's the greatest cover of all time. I love I love it, and I can't put it on for sale when I can put it on my wall. Hold on. Here it is. I just thought, you know what? This, and it's in great shape too. So
by the way, okay, is this this guy the only black hockey analyst in the business?
I couldn't sell this. This is one of the best Silver Age covers of all time. So what books here catch your attention? What is the ones that somebody might want to challenge Darkness Comes before we call a 1 minute warning?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, probably the one that stands out would be the Atom and Hawkman one.
Mm-hmm.
There, certainly I think the Dick Tracy. And then, I mean, if you're like a pure historian, probably the Tip Top Comics. And I'll say, take a close look at that Tip Top Comics, because if DC and Marvel continue the way that they are, that's DC and Marvel's fate, say 10 years from now.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, probably millions of people back when that book came out, were reading Cats and Jammer Kids and so on and so forth. Now, very few people.
Very few, they know about. When I saw those books, I was very, oh my gosh, Cats and Jam. I remember them, and I wanted to get these books, even if it is transitional where somebody buys them, or if they don't sell and I end up maybe putting one on the wall. I don't care. I own one for this brief moment.
I got one word for why you're wrong on that. Okay.
Okay.
Merchandising.
There you go. Go check books. Hook me, says the almighty Jack. Yeah, the Batman Eclipso there. For me, I'd go Dick Tracy. I mean, I would get the set. That's the first place I would go to. I'm a big fan of those books. After that, we're probably Adam and the Hawkman, and then I'm going Ace and Tip Top. I love the Walt Disney comic. There is not a bad fucking book on this. It's just this is a swim race that is measured in points of a second as far as greatness. And remember, every $10 you do spend, you get a spot on the wheel where we give away some trade paperbacks. We got Mysteries in Space as well as The Nail as the books to choose from. If we get 10 people on the wheel tonight, we are giving away both of these books. If we get 20, which we've never done yet. Not yet. I think the highest we got was 13. I find another book and I plop it on. And like I said, I've got X-Men Savage Land waiting in the wings. Okay, let's get the 1 minute warning and I'll start getting these books down. Actually, yeah, let's get the 1 minute warning and I'll start getting the books down. And if anybody has a love for the Dick Tracy trade paperback, which is the only thing that doesn't have love. Oh no, Ace Comics number 46 doesn't either. So if you have love for those two, you want to make this a
perfect board,
a whole board. But there you go. So
asking how much is Ace?
Yeah, Ace is 8.
Yeah, this is 2 10s and 3 8s.
Yeah,
Ace
so
is 8.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, look, I saw the price and of what it is when it's in mint condition. It's pretty up there, but this has 3 loose folds.
Dead man's comic.
Yeah.
It's got 3 loose folds, so I don't know what condition that is nowadays. See, for me, that's still a $10 or $15 book easily.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you sold Darkness. He says $8 on E.
Okay. But I don't know what my audience would go for as far, because in all honesty, this is probably a $15, $20 book. That's a $15 book. This one definitely is easy $10. That one being as old as it is, I probably, I think $10, but I do price for the group. So yeah, this actually I thought was decently priced at $25, but unfortunately neither of the Dick Tracys have a bid on them. But there you go. Let me mark you down for the Ace Comics there, Darkness.
Yeah. Well, Eric, don't make me take your cut away from you.
All righty. So once again, no love for the Dick Tracys. These are hitting the floor. Well, not really.
Are you going to try and marry the boss's daughter?
What are you talking about?
You said aces and eights.
Oh, aces. Okay.
You don't remember the storyline from TNA?
Oh, yeah.
I thought that's what you were.
No, I remember from that's considered the dead man's hand in poker.
So Darkness Comes basically has the board. He has Tip Top, the Walt Disney's, and Ace. Great buys on those. Next up, he has the Atom and the Hawkman, and Tales to Astonish. And Austin has Brave and the Bold. There you go. Everything at its beginning price. Let me get these down, and we'll get the next round up, where I do believe we're going to get some Almighty Jack big dogs here next. Yeah. I tried to go 1 and 1 to fill out the auction here, and that's one of the reasons why we have a couple extra lots than we normally do. But mainly because I got to pay rent, and Austin's or Almighty Jack's getting a 50 split. So there we go.
I'm gonna tell you, if WWE did 2 things, I might actually become a fan again.
Okay, and that is
one of them might happen. Turn Cody and Punk.
Turn him heel. Wow.
Okay, kids. Next up, a book recommended by one Mr. Eric Breen, just because it's Tales of Suspense 88. Definitely recommended by Maranya because it's an Iron Man as well as Captain America. Next up, we have the Red Raven, who is a Golden Age that but it was something different. And was it Red Raven? I'm thinking, which one is the dot? I didn't remember
Red
the way it
Raven
was.
was a Golden Age character.
Yeah, issue number 26 of Namor. There we go. We have this is just a great freaking cover, man. We have Backed by Thunderous Demands featuring King Faraday in the Unforgettable Chiller, Spy Train, and the Hangman's House. This is showcase number 50 with I Spy. Next up, one of my favorite books of all time. I love every iteration of this. This is Secret Origins, issue number 1. There we go. And then we have another one where I just love this title. This has Hawkman, the Viking Prince, Green Arrow. Multiman meets the challengers of the unknown. And you can even meet more Batman teammates as well as puzzle pages. This is Brave and the Bold, issue number 113. 100 pages for only $10. They're lying about the 60 cents. And next up, we've got some Legion of Superheroes as well as some Superboy and Adventure Comics issue number 359. There we go. And, this one's not a AMJ back issue, but you know what? It deserves to be seen and it deserves to be bought. It's Champions number 1. There we go. Almighty Jack did donate to this. It's a I can't do a Trump accent. There we go. This is Trump Space Force.
Yep, that's the Antarctic Press edition.
Yep. Which is still going between
Chuck Dixon. Okay.
It's by Chuck Dixon and Tim Lim. I should talk to him, see if I can't send it to him for an autograph. Put a bag or something in it so he could ship it straight over. I'll see about that. Next up, we have the very first appearance of Buffy the Vampire Slayer in comics, and that's DHP Annual 1998. There we go. And finally, we have Tomb Raider issue number 1. Bidding begins as soon as LK says go.
Austin's asking what issue number is the Brave and the Bold?
Brave and the Bold is issue number 113. All right.
But yeah, LK, I think the Drew Punk feud with Punk is the heel.
What the fuck is that?
Sorry, Amber Alert.
It's not here.
Yeah, no, it's local.
LK, what'd you do?
I didn't do anything.
That's what they always say.
Yeah.
This time I'm right. Yeah, you don't want to get any of that magic.
Yeah, so you're saying a Cody Punk feud, huh?
No. It's a Punk Drew McIntyre with Punk as the heel.
Yeah,
would be awesome. And Cody, because he's everybody's favorite. Remember, because he was once undesirable, now he's undeniable, and now he's the undisputed champion. But if he just turned on somebody, just went balls out heel, just the shocked look on little Jimmy's from coast to coast would be incredible, because you're gonna get tired of him.
Yeah,
because nothing is ever gonna vary with him, because he's a charisma vacuum, and he's used up all of the charisma he's got on loan from working with people like Dwayne Johnson.
Yeah.
So.
Well, that may happen when Reigns turns face here in about a year or so. Because I mean, it's totally
that'll just be part of the 8-man shitload of Samoans match.
Well, I mean, basically, I think it's accurate. We're getting a Samoan versus Samoan War Games, matchup. And I think the interesting thing is, I think Fatu's going to, there's a good chance that Fatu could come in as a babyface, to be on Roman. That basically, Jay lost his match to Damian Priest, which was a good match today. But the Usos are going to get back together, and then, I love the idea of this new, more vicious faction of the Bloodline, headlined by Solo. And you started to kind of see that tonight. So if you've got, basically Solo with Tamatanga, Tongaloa,
Chimichanga.
I forget the fourth person that somebody was mentioning in there. Yeah. Quiet you. But having that, and of course led by The Rock, yeah. So the Rock continuing his heel persona would lead would be the leader on that side, and then you have Reigns with the Usos, and then Jacob Fatu comes in to be the face on that side. I think that'd be really cool. But that'll be the start of the Roman face turn, and then you could do something with that.
Well, yeah, I guess. But the Rome. See, I don't think Roman's ever going to be back in any capacity other than like maybe to do that War Games match.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think, I think he's done. He doesn't want to do it anymore, and hasn't really wanted to for the past couple of years.
Yeah, but it's possible. Well, and if he takes time away, I mean that ultimately I think can benefit him as well. But the other thing that basically got teased today was dissension among the Judgment Day.
I saw where the Balor tried to beat up Yeet Man and Priest stopped him.
Yeah.
So what do you think? That Priest is a face?
Yeah. And I think it's leading to a Balor versus Priest at SummerSlam.
And see, I think what's going to happen, Drew's got to figure in that somehow.
I don't know. I mean, Drew's got his own thing with Punk, so I think that's going to.
But here's the thing, Punk. There's no guarantee Punk ever wrestles again.
Okay, so
because he might just get hurt the first time he tries
8,
again.
8 on A. By the way, I think every time Darkness Comes is bid on every A book. I just noticed.
Yeah.
Okay, so there we go. 8 on A, and then 8 on A and D. Alrighty, gotcha.
Yeah.
And then 10 on E.
Mm-hmm.
Darkness Comes. Alrighty. And then we have 30 on E.
No. 10 on E, 30 on H.
30 on. Okay, yeah, there you go. That makes more sense because it's got a $30 price tag. Alrighty, getting into the Trump Space Force.
Mm-hmm.
There's room to grow on that. Just let everybody know it is A-OK to challenge. There is room to grow on that one.
I'm not taking a shot. I mean, he got hurt twice in AEW, and he got hurt
30 on
I. WWE.
All right.
Yeah.
So he's brittle, and he's old.
Yeah. Oh no, it's
let's see. Champions is one of my favorites, but I have it says Darkness Comes. I would have definitely bought Space Force if I didn't already just buy a brake replacement for your car. Sorry about that, man. I hate it when that happens. $10 on F from Jim Sorensen, the Adventure Comics, the Legion. All right.
You could have Cody turn heel because he can't understand why the crowd would boo like a huckster or cheer a huckster like Seth Rollins.
And Eric likes
him.
Well, did you see
Eric and Boyd? I just lost a bid on an entire lot of like 200 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles comics. I was so hoping I could grab them because they did have some modern, the IDW stuff, but they had some of the original and not like the earliest issues, but they also had damn near what looked like an entire run of the Turtles Adventures from the 1980s, 90s, based on the cartoon. I was so sad to lose out on that because it wasn't by a great margin. If I bid 100 and the thing goes to 300, obviously I'm not in the ballpark on that one. But when I lose a bid by $5 or $10, I feel, man, I should have just gone for it. That would have been a good one. Okay, so it has been a few since the last bid, so let's get the 1 minute warning. And what I've got up here is Tales to Astonish to Darkness Comes. No Love for Namor or the Showcase. Secret Origins is with Darkness Comes, as well as Brave and the Bold. And Adventure Comics with Jim. No Love for the Champions again. Trump Space Force is with Darkness Guys. Once again, go for it. There is room to grow on this book. And the more popular Common America gets, and remember they're talking about anime and all that kind of stuff, the more popular their back catalog is going to get. So there is a lot of room to move on the Icon Comics crew. Dark Horse Annual as to Darkness Comes at 30, and there's no love for that Tomb Raider. All right. Barring any last-minute bids between the last minute or so. Too bad, though. I know there's some hardcore TMNT fans. I am kind of a closeted TMNT fan. Like, when they first came out with the cartoon, I hated it. I'm kind of like Eric was with the New 52. Man, that's too cartoony, man. That's not the Turtles I know. The Turtles I know is cool. I'm not going to. And over the years, I still like the darker version better, but I've just kind of grown to accept and enjoy the other one as well. But I don't think the IDW stuff is bad. I know a lot of people are off on Jenica and all that kind of stuff. It's not the greatest, but it isn't as bad as it's made out to be, but it never is.
Also,
well, sometimes it is. I just realized what you say. What did I just say? No, sometimes it is as bad as it seems, but yeah, not in that case, I think. What were you saying, Eric?
No, I wouldn't say that. I was about to say something.
Well, I was just going to say, since you brought up Seth, did you see Seth and Becky were at the Kentucky Derby today?
Oh, is that where those pictures were from?
Yeah.
No, I did not. But I saw he. Did Seth cut his hair off, or do you have it tucked in? I'm
sure it's probably tucked underneath his hat. But
well,
I mean,
they got lucky because it was supposed. I mean, it looked like it was going to rain all day today earlier.
Yeah, well, and the track was pretty muddy from what I.
Oh yeah, well, good Lord! It rained hard enough to build an ark and sail home. And
yeah, but again, to show that
whole state.
Yeah, I mean, to show though, I mean, right now at least, the power of WWE, they were able to put the WrestleMania 41 announcement during the Kentucky Derby broadcast. So I mean, they got millions of eyes on announcing that WrestleMania 41 is going to be in Las Vegas.
The being bought by UFC and that or tight whatever that group is.
Yeah.
All right, let's get the stop there, sir.
I mean, that cemented their place as number one in this business for eternity. I mean, they're just too big.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like I said, I just get annoyed when WWE fans act like they're personally insulted that AEW exists. And you're one of them.
No,
yes, you and Aaron Sparrow.
All righty, let me get this real quick, kids. Let's see. We have Tales of Suspense going to Darkness. Most of these are going to Darkness. We have Tales of Suspense. That's A. The B is No Love. Next up, C has No Love. And then we have D going to Darkness Comes at 8. Same as the Tales of Suspense. The Brave and the Bold, The Darkness Comes at 10. And then Jim has the Adventure Comics. And Trump's No Love for the Champions. Trump's Space. That's the second time for the Champions with No Love. One more, and it is out at the flea market. That's what that means. Okay. And then we have Dark Horse Annual to Darkness at 30, both Trump and the Annual, and No Love for the Tomb Raider. All righty, let me get these down, and we will get the next round up.
So, all kidding aside, if Vince does what he's threatening to do, he and Jeff Jarrett, my take.
Right now?
You heard about that, didn't you?
No.
Oh, they're thinking about starting a promotion together.
Oh God!
And
this is the last of the big dogs, kids. All righty, next up we have All-Star Squadron #1. There we go. From the mind of Jack Kirby and Simon and Kirby, we have Boy Commandos issue #1. It does have a subscription increase right there. Marvel Tales #20 or #12. There we go. And LK, you want to let RDV in? I heard a boop, and I'm assuming it's him at this point. Giant Size Supervillain Team Up #1 at 8. And then we have Davy Crockett, King of the Wild Frontiers. Here we go. It does have a little corner trouble, but that's why it's only 10, ladies and gentlemen. Alrighty, next up we have Walt Disney Comics and Stories, issue number 197. And then we have issue number 251. And here we have issue number 256. That's actually in pretty good condition. What the hell was I thinking? It's 1961. Maybe that was it. How am I thinking of? Next up, we have HaHa Comics. Now, HaHa Comics does have a spine split that goes to about right here. There you go. 89. And then we have Brave and the Bold, issue number 98, which I put in the big dogs because I thought it was going to be a $10, maybe $15 book, but there is water damage right on the bottom, so $5 it is. All right, bidding begins as soon as LK says go.
Yeah,
Gonna ask again, Mr. Eric.
Okay, right after I said, okay, my comment on that was they'll have to overpay more than the Saudis did for the live golfers. Anywhere? I mean, hell, I mean, yeah, my least favorite, sorry, Jack, is Boy Commandos.
Okay, yeah, maybe we should go there. What's the one you wouldn't pick up first?
And I'm not saying I wouldn't. It's just those aren't my favorites.
Right.
But I said, yeah, the Walt Disney's, I'd take those all day long. Obviously, All-Star Squadron. I talk about Supervillain Team Up number 1. That's the beginning of that partnership this time around. And then that's, you got Marvel Tales and Oversized Brave and the Bold. I mean, this is a fantastic lot.
Yep.
Yeah.
Basically, pretty much say the same. I mean, you can't go wrong with just about any book on the lot here.
Well, you just jumped in, RDV. You have an opinion on the subject?
Yeah, A for ass.
That's a good book to go for. Hey, Trustee, what's up?
I thought that Eric could use a little DJing.
I, Magneto, appreciate that, drunk James Mason.
You! Who are you?
I don't know.
I'm just so excited to see the #1 ass up there.
We were talking about this before. And he's like, he sounds some ass tonight.
Yep.
And then the girls popped in the back of the chat.
The timing was impressive.
The listeners girls are like, what? Oh man, we had a good
the
time.
question still stands.
It looks like you're having a good time over here as well.
What is it that appeals to you, RDV, on this board?
Well, F, G, and H, which I played it on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not. I'm writing stuff down for the last one, I haven't even looked up yet.
So Darkness, you were outbid on A, F, G, and H. So you'll have to go higher.
I think he did $10 on F, G, and H.
Oh,
He outbid me.
Oh, the starting bid's rate. Okay, yeah, no, you outbid there. But you do need to go higher than $8 on A. Trusty.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
So yes, they do.
Yes,
so how about you, Trusty? Is there anything up here that would wet the whistle?
Oh goodness! Well, of course, All-Star Squadron #1, is something I've been hoping for a while. So we'll see.
That has lit up in the last few. That's got people's interest now. The All-Star Squadron.
And of course, I'm a big Phantom Stranger fan. I bought the Phantom Stranger miniseries from you a while back, so that one too. Yeah,
Oh.
And of course, I know it's one of the prizes for later, but that Justice League The Nail is fantastic. I've
Once
got
again,
all of those. Yeah.
every $10 gets you a spot on the wheel. And by the way, even if you're new and you're watching and you're listening in, you are welcome to participate. We've got Mystery in Space. I just noticed this. I don't know how I didn't notice this. Maybe I caused this earlier. But Mystery in Space and the Nail. Now, Mystery in Space, it's got a cover by Allred, but it is reprints of the stories from the 50s and the 60s. And the Nail is really good story. Personally, I'm looking at these books. I am a Davy Crockett fan, so I'm going to that. You Can't Lose with All-Star Squadron. It's one of my favorite covers from Spider-Man in this entire freaking row. There's not a bad. I think I agree with you, Eric. This book is awesome, by the way. That is a lot of fun, and I mean that is literally the least of them, and that's still great. There's no bad turn on this. All right, let's see. It's James Mason from North by Northwest. I used to be able to do, but I had to talk through the what was the submarine Disney movie 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea season that. So Trusty says 8 on A. All righty.
Oh, we're well past that now.
I know. Then we've got 8 on F, G, and H from the Frog. Okay, yeah, I'm writing stuff down in the beginning from the last ones. RDV says F
Genesis?
is Genesis. How can you not hear me with those ears? Yeah.
Well, I figure you're in on the book in the very beginning, so I figure you're that far back.
Right. Yes. In the beginning. Let's see. Did I may have watched the list despite my reservation to do so regular? You know why? Let's see. Veteran says 5 on J, grabbing that Brave and the Bold before anybody else does, because it's $5 still a cool book and cool price. Let's see. Then we have Darkness Comes coming in with 8 on. Where I lost it. Here he goes. 8 on A, which you were beat out for, not beat off, but beat out. This isn't an Archie comic for A, but I got you down for C at 8. And then 10 for F, G, and H. All righty.
And then 8 on I.
And H. And he did for I as well?
Yep, 8 on I.
8 on I. All right, cool. Thank you. Darkness Comes 8 on I. Alrighty, and next up we've got 11 on F, G, and H.
Yep.
All
And
right.
he came back at 15, and I said I'm out.
And he came back with 15, and we got another fisticuffs. Lots of fisticuffs tonight. All right. Okay, and let's see. Next up, we've got 10 on Ass number 1 from Eric and Boyd. Okay.
What was that, Breen?
Wetting the Whistle sounds like a good way to get the stream banned. Well, actually, if you really want to know what a wet whistle is under the bridge, it's when you're holding the. Never mind. That will get you banned. 11 on A from Trusty Sidekick.
Is it anything like a Rusty Venture?
Much like. Let's see. It's just with the leg a little bit higher up. Darkness Comes says 15 on A. Alrighty.
Just got a little counterclockwise swirl at the end.
Exactly. 16 from Eric and Boyd.
Clogged. Unless it's clogged.
Still bid. I agree with him, but there we go. That's where we stand right now. Starting at A, we've got Eric and Boyd with 16 on the ass. No love for boy commandos. Marvel Tales has Darkness Comes at 8. No love for the giant supervillains or the Davy Crockett. Time to take those to the flea market. This is, I think, 4 times for the giant size and about 50,000 times for the Davy Crockett. Message received.
Davy Crockett's been sitting on the wall at my shop for like $60 for one of them. He has one of the earlier ones.
Yeah, good luck. Then we have Darkness Comes with the Walt Disney Comics and Stories at 15 each. Haha at 8, and Veteran has the Brave and Bold at 5 for how we stand right now. Alrighty. There you go. Let's see.
Yeah. So Eric, you want to try again?
Yeah. What seeds are these two teams?
What if you take both of them? I'll do Davy Crockett and Boy Commandos for 15. I'll drop $3 off the price. That's about 15% discount.
How about Davy Boy Crockett Commandos?
Well, apparently I know who the Scoutmaster is here.
Come on, he killed him a bar when he was only 3.
Yes. Sometimes the bar gets you, sometimes you get the bar. All right, let's see how we stand. It was 10:44, it's 10:50. Let's get the 1-minute warning, please.
But gore, it's Davy Boy Crockett and his Commandos.
There's always an Irishman in war films.
There has to be. That's why
Yep.
there was Irishman on the X-Men. There had to be.
Okay, so
We have a pushback on A.
we have pushback on A as it goes to 17 from the trusty sidekick.
So she said, back that ass up for 17.
Contrary to the MCU, that is America's ass.
And it's
All
number
right.
1.
And with this, Trusty would immediately be on the Wheel of Winners to win either Mystery of Space or Justice League the Nail. If we get 10 people on, we're giving away both books. Let me see, how far are we from that actually happening?
I'm just glad you weren't selling the ass and dick together. How much on the ass and dick?
All right. Let me see. Jim has 6 spots. Austin's on the board with 1 from here. And of course, he's got his free mark for being a Ko-Fi supporter. Darkness Comes has 19 spots. Glinzer has not, he's $1 away from his first. Vezrin is on the board, let's see, 9, 11, 2 times with an exact 20. Spiffy is at $3 and LK is at 5. All right, and that's where we stand so far. So we have, what, 4 or 5 people on the board right now? All right, cool. Only 5 more, kids. And this is the good time to do it because after this, we've got our sets and then we're back to the normal books.
So
right.
Hockey's in the second rounds, I guess?
No, it's
All right, it's been a few minutes. Let's get the 1-minute warning. Sorry to interrupt the conversation, but there you go.
No, you're not, or you wouldn't keep doing
no,
it.
you're not. You do it all the time.
Yeah, you're right.
He says he wants people on to talk, but he never talks over them.
Darkness, I haven't added anything from this board on. So we might be at different spots, like if you're adding anything from this one. But I may have also written down something wrong. So I'm always willing. We'll go over, make sure we're on the same page. Alrighty. Alrighty, but I have not written anything from this one. It's always after I call it just to give everything a run right up, but we got to stop. So here we go. A is going to go to Trusty at 17. No love for the Boy Commandos. We have no love for Marvel Tales. Wait, nope, Marvel Tales with Darkness Comes at 8. No love for the supervillains or the Davy Crocker.
Betty Crocker.
Yes, Betty Crocker's Queen of the Kitchen. I have no joke for that. All right, now we have Darkness Comes with the Walt Disney comic stories at 15 each. And we have Darkness Comes with Ha Ha at 8. I think he's picked up every dang Golden Age except for the Dick Tracy. And then Vezrin had the Brave and the Bold at 5.
I mean, on this channel, is there anybody who loves boys commandos?
Right. Okie dokies. And let's see. We're getting the... And now we're at the sets, ladies and gentlemen. Things are...
Sets.
I
He
know,
said
right?
Sets.
Sets.
Let's all this talk about sets.
Yes, let's talk about sets,
Sets.
baby. 1,
Never mind.
2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, cool. At least I got the top right. Okay, kids. I praised it the last time. Here we have issues number 1 through 4 of The Land That Time Forgot. This is a Zorro. The land. It's a crossover. The Land That Time Forgot. Zorro's in it. There you go. All righty.
That's the straight Zorro.
There we go. Yes, this is the good Zorro. Yes. Next up, we have Zorro's Timeless Tales. It's a 2-issue miniseries. There you go. And then we have issues number 1 through 4 of Zorro Galleon of the Dead.
I'm sensing a theme here.
Well, at least for these first 3. Next up, we have Project Superpowers, Fractured States.
Dan, and I think you're right.
And yeah, by the way, these are pretty damn good. There you go. This is a pretty good miniseries, by the way. All right. And then we have The Black Terror. Bemis Goido, and this is a 5-issue miniseries as well.
Because it's Chicago.
There we go. Okay, let me get the next 5 on the board. We got 1, 2. Oh yeah, this is a big one.
Wait, The Land That Time
3,
Forgot. Oh, Greg.
4,
You.
and 5.
Now, if he'd been in the land of the lost,
Right.
It's the land of the lost.
SLYTHERCLAW, you know.
There you go. Yes. Oh, talk man. Talk of him, man. Okay, so first up we have the Superman presenting the Krypton Chronicles. This is a 3-issue miniseries.
The what Chronicles?
The Krypton Chronicles.
Thank you.
There you go. Sorry, I said it wrong the first time.
Next
Next up, we've got Brian Azzarello with El Diablo. Okay. Now, a phrase I've never heard, but I will say, this is too big to fit in one hand. But here we go. All right.
Mom, is that you?
But we have
Trebek.
City of Heroes.
I was gonna say, yeah. Gail, on the other hand, has heard it before.
City of Heroes, issue 16. There's 15, 14, 13. This is from Top Cow. 12, 11, 10, 9, 8,
What happens if you
7, 6, 5,
We are good for Lippo.
4, 3, 2, and issue number 1. There we go. Next up, if you don't like Marvel's Conan, here's the Sumerian. This is Frost Giant's Daughter. Issue number 3, issue number 2, and issue number 1. That is the full series. And then we have Justice League, Legion of Superheroes, issue number 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and issue number 1. There we go. Bidding begins as soon as LK says go.
Is that the Bendis one?
Shut up.
I literally have to ask because I don't know if there was one other than this one.
Don't
Yes.
work against it, Venkman.
I don't want to tell you who wrote it. I really don't. Actually, it's not bad, but it is.
Well, I'll just say this: the book to the left, Legion of Superheroes, is a really good story that's based off the Robert E. Howard's actual stories. They actually put some art to it.
Oh, I appreciate that, sir. Thank you.
Those are good. Blaze really did well. Marvel, not so much.
Yeah, That's what I hear. I like the first time, like a few years back when Marvel first started. I think it was Jason Aaron.
Yeah.
But they were doing pretty good, and then they got them with Savage Avengers, and it went to shit.
I can't say much for the American or what is it, mythology stuff, but the few books I've read, few titles I've read from them, they're decent. There's no insert ESG score. I need to put this, diversity, all that crap. They actually just write the book, and and that's it. They don't, so those Zorros. If you like Zorro, I would pick them up, even though they're a little modern. Sometimes they're actually reprints of older stories, actually.
Yeah, that's Timeless Tales. That's what you're dealing with. You're dealing with original miniseries with Galleon and The Land That Time Forgot. But Timeless Tales, that's a reprint.
Superpowers for me, I actually like that. I mean, I love, and Dan Abnett's writing, which he continued on doing the Vampirella superpowers. Then he also had Red Sonja superpowers. Really
well in the Project Superpowers, that's the one that Alex Ross helped guide, right?
Yep, I think so.
Yeah.
Where they go into the United States. He's now been like, guy wakes up and he has no idea who he is. All I know is that basically the United States is messed up. Florida is now like a giant gator world. I mean, more so than it is now, but
yeah, it's been interesting to see what different creators have done with the public domain heroes like Project Superpowers or Terra Obscura.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. City Heroes, didn't that game just get a new server relaunch?
Did it?
Which one?
City of Heroes.
City of Heroes.
No, so I mean, for those who are curious, this is based off of the longtime MMO City of Heroes. It didn't get a new relaunch per se. What it is that somebody was able to get the source code and basically create a private server and keep it going, and then enough people kind of found out about it that actually the IP owners are okay with it as long as they don't charge for it. So I know that there is a server or set of servers out there right now where you can actually go and play the game. All the DLC is open, so you can get everything and go hop in. I haven't checked it out. I haven't wanted to do it. I was a huge player back in the day for a couple of years, but I mean, just quickly, this is actually the second comic book based off of City of Heroes. This one's set in the universe. I don't think this one has any of. I'm trying to remember because one of them had some characters that were actually NPCs from the game itself, and the other series didn't. But they're both set in that same city, same universe. The first series was done by a really, really small indie publisher, and I think lasted like 6 or 7 issues. I read that one. It was all right. This one, again, I mean, because coming from Top Cow, certainly the art was better. And I think overall the story was pretty strong.
Top Cow are good people.
Yeah.
Top Cow did
Any interest?
they do Witchblade?
Yes.
Darkness Comes says 20 on H.
Yeah, they had Top Cow.
Oh, wait, what is this?
They also had Tomb Raider.
Yes.
Ah, shit.
Yeah.
There it is. Okay. I had these out of order. And everything is good. H, yep. Okay, so Darkness Comes says 20 on H, the City of Heroes. 5 on A from Glenzer.
Top Cow. It's utterly
And then
good.
we have 3 on B from Glenzer. Okay.
Austin, I read your first part. The algorithm has been showing me tons of videos of men. then I realized, oh, there's more to it.
5 on C from Glenzer.
Just easily handing gators, either bumping them on the head or lifting them up in the water.
Great lot, says Eric. I agree. I like all the book sets. If they don't sell and come back, I'll see. I'm giving everything 3 strikes, basically. If it's been in 3 auctions, I'm going to put it in my flea market. The algorithm has been showing me tons of videos of men just easily handing gators, either jumping on them, bumping them on the head, or lifting them up. from the water. Is this how you see gators? I see those people. I mean, like that's the before photo. If you're in the water and you're lifting a gator up by the chin, you're gonna lead them. Yeah, but if they really want to fuck you, they will fuck you. That is the thing is the gators that they're lifting up by the chin are coming up because they're curious. If the gator's hungry, it's going to go in a lot faster. And that's what you don't want, because you ain't out swimming a gator. But as far as if it's not too big, you can take down a gator if you can get behind them. But bumping on the head, I mean, it maybe, are you talking about like swatting to have them go away? That's been done. I've actually done that before. You throw something at them or you hit them with something in the head, and they will, because they have no idea what's going on.
I think you saw
that's not the way things attack them. So
there was an old man who basically, I remember a video that it was a couple of years ago, at least a year ago or 2 years ago. He went
the
up
guy with a pan.
Yeah, in the middle of the road. He went up to it, you know.
Yeah, and there is another famous one of the golfer scared a gator by grabbing his tail, and he jumps in the lake.
I keep seeing the one where the guy rescued his dog from the baby gator.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
gators are around and fight. That is basically true. I mean, I would not just decide, okay, today I'm going to go wrestle a gator if it attacks my family, obviously, but
that's right.
And I'm not an expert. I'm not talking about like I'm going out to the lakes and gator wrestling. That's one of the things that we were taught, by the way. I mean, that was just one of those. Oh, and if you ever get into this situation, since we swam in lakes when we were kids.
Do you guys have open carry in Florida?
Yeah.
So I mean, obviously, it's just like going hunting. You always have a gun with you, because you never know if a bear's will attack you up north. So you have a gun with you when you're a gator.
Yeah, but I don't want to make it seem as if I'm walking around fighting gators. No.
No. But if a gator threatens your family.
Yeah. Okay, so let's get the 1 minute warning. And what we got so far is A to Glen, all the Zorro to Glenzer, A, B, and C at cover price 5, 3, and 5. No love for the Project Superpower stuff. That's a little. I think that's kind of surprising. This crowd, I think, would enjoy the Project Superpowers. That is okay. We got no love for the Krypton Chronicles.
They're very much the way they write them is kind of like very golden age too. I like the bandana that's.
And we've got some Brian Azzarello on El Diablo.
Frog bit on Krypton Chronicles.
Yeah, I got.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, I got F and I.
Okay, I didn't see that. Sorry. RDV 3, and I is the daughter, Simran's daughter. All right. No love for El Diablo and City of Heroes with Darkness Comes. RDV has the Krypton and Cimmerian. Cimmerian is it Cimmerian? Cimmerian. Okay, thank you. That's what I thought it was, but it just doesn't seem like that's where you put the.
Well, it's a cinnamon.
Yeah, the Krypton Chronicle, and no love. I am shocked. No love for the Brian Michael Bendis.
Honestly,
I called that. I picked. You know what? I was so excited. I picked it up, and I was like, "Oh man, I got a whole. That's really cool." And then I took it home and I looked at the cover, and it said Brian Michael Bendis. I said, "I will die with this in my grave."
Honestly, one of these days I probably will go and read it. I mean, because there's a lot. I mean, it's like when people say, "Oh, this movie's horrible." I go watch it.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't horble. It was okay.
Yeah, but Brian Michael Bendis does not. I can't sell good Brian Michael Bendis at these auctions. He's a persona non grata. If it isn't something that has a dollar value to it, forget it. Brian Michael Bendis is poison. Brian Michael Bendis is almost more poisonous than Mark Waid.
If it's Bendis Ultimate Spider-Man, you'll probably sell that more.
No, I've actually had Ultimate Spider. Well, ultimately it did sell, but yeah, it took a while. All right, let's get the stop. And I'll take these down here.
I mean, I got a ton of Bendis New Avengers in my collection, but granted, I did pick them up in the $5 hardcover boxes at the cons.
So we have A, B, and C going to Glenser. All right. I think this, with the sets, I might actually.
Maranya, point on the chart where the Legion of Superheroes by Bendis hurt you.
And no love for the Project Superpower stuff. There we go.
Glenser.
Krypton to RDV. At 3, no love for El Diablo. Oh, wrong. There it goes here. Darkness Comes has the City of Heroes at 20. And RDV has the Frost Giant's Daughter. And no love for Brian Michael Bendis. All right.
Early Bendis, I like stuff. I mean, like I said, I'm always willing to give stuff a try, unless it's time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, you can't go by the crowd, because there's almost an automatic. I mean, it's an automatic. Oh my gosh, that's got to be bad because it's so and so.
The people who hate Nickelback are wrong. Seriously, I like Nickelback. I don't listen to every single of their albums, but I have like more of their popular songs, like the greatest hits. But
Okay.
and Terminator, was it Dark Fate? What was it called? That's pretty good.
Yeah, you and I were the people that spoke up for that movie.
Yeah.
I liked Terminator Dark Fate. Okay, so we've got Origins number 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. This is by somebody named Chapman, Rebelka, and Delpche from Boom Studios. Next up, we have Necromorphous, and this is from Gabriel Arias and somebody named Abel from something called Behemoth Studios.
Behemoth.
Okay, and apparently, I'm sorry, I did run out of tags. Here is Death Orb, and it's 6, 5, and this one's going to be 5 as well. 6 books, $6, 5 books, $5. Death Orb. This is issue number 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Cool covers.
If you have any questions, just ask Almighty Jack if he's in the thing. Next up, we have Stealth. Hold on. This is from Aragon and Ferrari. This is from Costa Belgrade and Bonnvillain. This is issue number 6.
Did you say Bonnvillain?
5. Yep. 4, 3, 2, and 1.
It's not Goldfinger.
And finally, for the top row, at least, we've got Patience, Conviction, and Revenge. It's the 5-issue miniseries. 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right.
Put the other cover up with the Naked Smoking Man.
And basically, it is however many issues, however many dollars. It's 6, 5, 5, 5, and 5 for the top row.
Upside down cross.
That's 1, 2. This is 3, 4, and 5. All right.
Is that wrong? The color Bond.
Okay. Next up, we have Transformers Headmasters, and we got issue number 4, issue number 3, issue number 2, and issue number 1. These are not in the greatest of shape, so we're going to start it off at 5. They're not in horrible shape. It's just you can tell that they've been well loved and read, and some of them are not in bad shape. Okay, next up we have Steve Gerber, Wiles Portacio, Scott Williams, and Paul Mounts with Legion of the Night. This is prestige format. There you go, vampire book. Wiles Portacio, I remember when he was a thing. Next we have
that's gonna have some good art.
Yeah. Next up, we have a Greg Pak, Giannis Milonigiannis, and Irma, I can't pronounce that, Navilla, and it's called Ronin Island. Now, you get 2 volumes. Volume 2 is in trade paperback form. There you go. And volume 1, we have issues number 4, 3, 2, and issue number 1. That looks actually pretty damn cool.
There's something afoot.
Yes. And so far we've got 5, 5, and 10. I mean, it's 2 of them, so there you go. I think that's fair. Next up, we have Codename Genetics, issue number 4. And here we have issue number 3, issue number 2, and issue number 1. And finally, we see this from time to time, but we have X-Men Alpha Flight number 2 and X-Men Alpha Flight number 1. Bidding begins as soon as LK says go.
If you don't have that X-Men Alpha Flight in your collection, you need it.
That is a true fact. Absolutely a true fact. All right. Hey, Maranya, what's up? I gave it an honest try. I'd have to read it again to give concrete examples of why I disliked it. Just remember that it did. I don't know what that was, but let's see. And right away, some bids. Cool, cool. Let me get the write down the stuff from the first one and get to that. But by all means, hey, Trusty, which book shows any kind of interest to you here?
Well, if I didn't already have it, it would be the X-Men Alpha Flight, because that's got that gorgeous Paul Smith art to it. I mean, he was only on the X-Men for a short while. He made his money, bought a motorcycle, and took off. But that's some good stuff.
That old chestnut. How about you, Venk? Anything appealing?
Well, definitely not I and J. I wouldn't bet on those, you know.
Okay.
No. Honestly, holy independence here. Wow. They all look very indie, very like this would be in my dollar bin at my shop that's been there for a while. But not to say that they're bad. I just say it's usually aren't titles that usually grab me. Head governor, so I mean, do they change heads? They swap out heads? Like, what's the deal with that? Transformers that change heads, or at least
I have no idea.
I don't know. They're getting a head and everything. Barely not here though. But Legion of the Night though, great artists.
That's where I would go. I would go to the Steve Gerber Waltz Potatio.
What is that all about?
I read it a long time ago. I do Ronan Island, however. I love these covers. After Legion, I'm going to Ronan. How about you, okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, well, I mean, you know, Trusty mentioned the X-Men Alpha Flight. I have a soft spot for Marvel UK, and I have Codename Genetics.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's as late 90s a book as you can get. It's basically, again, out of the Marvel UK universe. And if I remember right, it's basically like 4 teenagers or maybe late teens, early 20s. I can't remember if they're affiliated with Miss Tech or not. But again, it follows that same kind of like, you know, Next Men, Harbinger, you know, type thing where they're on the run and, you know, trying to get away and people are after them. And of course, because it was Marvel UK, you had, you know, guest stars galore, as you can see, like they're on the cover of the first issue, you know,
because they're trying to sell the book.
Yeah.
That's basically what's going on there. It's like, please, here's Spider-Man. You don't like don't like genetics, here's Spider-Man.
Yeah, but it was just a fun, dumb book. You know, it's exactly the kind of book that, you know, that we need today.
Yes. All right. Anything from you, Eric? He's gone. I just looked up. He's like, okay, I'm getting my Pringles.
Yeah.
Or whatever stands for the Pringles these days.
Yeah, and Andy Lanning was a co-writer on the book, so, you know, and again, it's one of those things. Now you look back, and of course, I know it was mentioned, you know, when with the death of Paul Neary a few weeks, or maybe a month ago now. You know, there was so much talent that went through that Marvel UK studio that it's really amazing. The number of British writers and artists that got their start or a significant opportunity through that Marvel UK imprint.
Okay. I hate when I do this. I put RDV's sheet down somewhere. I cannot find it. Damn. RDV, do you have a list of what you bought? Or what you bid on? Or did we lose him too? He stepped away too. Okay, let me get some numbers here. I just finished writing stuff down. Let me see if there's any interest in these. Comic Book Frog says INJ. Oh, that's why he said not INJ. I gotcha. Just to give you guys a heads up, one of the reasons I love having guests on, and that basically they're the hosts. I'm just kind of the game show guy here because a lot of times I'm looking down and writing stuff down rather than looking at the comments. So I really do rely on them a lot to hold the fort. So I had no idea he put a bid down on these things. Okay, Codename Genetics and the Alpha Flight. Good books. Well, I could speak to the Alpha Flight. I guess that's your deal with the others. We've got G from Darkness Comes. Alrighty. There we go. Great choice there. And let's see, that's it. So it's been a while. Let's get the 1 minute warning and the stop. And there is no love for anything on the top row. No love for the Transformers Ronin Island and Legion Night to Darkness Comes. And RDV has Codename Genetics and Alpha Flight. There we go. Almighty Jack is describing the other ones. And let me see. These are all good stories, in my opinion. If you're wondering about the top row series, I can let you know about them. Okay, cool. We'll give a little bit of time for this. Patience and Convention Revenge was a mini made by the team that did Frontiersman. Stealth is a series about the son of a vigilante who is elderly and has Alzheimer's, so he's trying to stop him. Death Orb is just loads of action. Guys want revenge for something as he talks to a severed head. All right. There we go. Okay, and that is that. But yeah, I've got to tell you, I've never heard of Necromorphins. I did hear of Origins and Death Orb. Those are about all I know of those. So let's get them down. We'll get the next round up here. If anybody does pick out one of these, we will honor it so long as it isn't challenge. Okay, so there we go. No love for the top row. Oof. Okay. And here we go. Okay. No love for the headmasters. I'm actually kind of no love for the headmasters. I was kind of surprised at that. Really am. And Ronin, which that's one I would go for. These are just this looks interesting. But Darkness Comes has Legion and Night. And RDV has Genetics. Yep. And let's get the next one up. Which I got to admit, there's a lot of, in this last one here, we have a lot of partial sets. If it's a partial set, obviously I'll let you know by going through them. Let's see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. One of them is a full set. I'll show them off so you'll know which one is which. Here we have issue number 3, 4, 5, and 6 of Sergeant Rock versus the Undead. It's priced at $1.50 a book. That's 3, 4, 5, and 6. And here we have issue 2, 3, 4, and 5 of a book called Domino Lady. That's issue number 5. And we've got issue number 4, issue number 3, and issue number 2. And next up we have, and it's 10. Then we have Batman Beyond Neo Year. So we have 6, 5, 4, 2, and 1. There you go. 5 books, $5 on that one. Next up, Never You Fear, Underdog is Here. We have issues 2, 3, and 4 of this particular miniseries. And we have the full series of Ultraman, The Rise of Ultraman. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. There you go.
I completely forgot that Marvel did that Ultraman series. They have that license.
I never read it, so I have no idea how they did. Alrighty, and let's see. We have issues 1 and 2 of Justice League versus Godzilla versus King Kong. There you go. And then we have, oh, damn it. I don't have a tab on this one. So let me see. What do I have? Krypton Chronicles. That is the one I just, did I fill it? I filled that one out already. There we are. Here we are. Next up, I have, oh, hold on. That wasn't supposed to be the first one. It was supposed, this was supposed to be G. The F was supposed to be Monster Men from American Mythology. This is issue number 3, issue number 2, and issue number 1. And then we have the Godzilla. Next up, we have Predator, Bloody Sands of Time. This is from the 90s. It's Dan Barry and Chris Warner, issues 1 and 2. And this will be $5. And then we have Conan. This is from Titan Comics. And that's issues number 1 and 2. There we go. And we have, I had these up last time. This is Sham Comics. That's issue number 4, 3, and 2. All righty. Bidding begins as soon as LK says go. All right. That is that. And then one more set, and we get to the normal comics again. All right. And I still can't find freaking RDV's page. I don't know how I do that. How I flat out lose. Like I set it down. I'm just gone. I don't know where this thing is. All right, what do we got going on here? I'm still waiting for Beta Flight, a comic of male feminist superheroes. That would be fun. The Ronin covers were all variants in the style of Japanese art. It's a nice coming-of-age story, says Almighty Jack. All right. The Zeppelin Affair, Noir Revenge, Desperation, plenty in this high-flying mystery Avenger. The Domino Lady takes no prisoners unless there's one she likes, of course. All right, well, there you go. Yeah, by the way, I was looking all of these up, going, okay, how am I going to price these? I looked them all up. These are very fair prices. Some, a lot so. But Domino Lady, that was one. I mean, it's cheesecake. Cheesecake sells, kids. That is just a fact of life. And so, yeah, Domino Lady, that's why I had it there. I wasn't going to turn that one away. All righty, let's see where we stand. What numbers are Sergeant Rock? Sergeant Rock is issues number 3, 4, 5, and 6. So we're missing 1 and 2. All righty. Jim, Spiffy, Darkness Comes. Trusty, Austin, Glenzer, Vezerin, LK. Did no RDV.
I don't know how you do it.
I don't either. I don't know where it went. It's right in front of me somewhere. You know, it's just one of those things. If it was a snake, it already bit you. Maybe I didn't see, because I've done this before where I thought I made somebody a page and I just didn't for some reason. Okay. RDV did not win anything on that one. Darkness Comes. Nothing on that one. Adam, Brave and Bold. How early did he come in? What was the first thing he was interested in? I think it was the Walt Disney comics. So it was the big dogs with Walt Disney comics. If I go past that, that's why he didn't win much, or he didn't win anything. That's what's going on. Okay, that's why I don't have a page. I didn't make one. Yeah, I am getting old. Okay. Sorry, I thought G was 353 on G. Okay, Domino Lady is old as 1936. Oh, that's kind of cool.
So, yeah, I mean, trying to research it here a little bit. It seems like it's the Domino Lady is a golden age or a public domain type character. So yeah, kind of an interesting book.
Cool.
And then who was publishing that Underdog book at the time? I didn't know anybody had that license right now.
That is, it's American. What's it called with the Zorros?
Oh,
this
American
one,
Mythology.
American Mythology. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that fits.
Underdog.
Yeah, we actually had a trivia question. Ron Ruggs, our trivia master, and we had a question a couple of weeks back where the answer was Simon Bar Sinister.
The villain, Underdog.
That's right.
G is great if you're not reading that. That's one of the new books coming out each week from DC. It's actually been worth it.
Hey, what did you win so far, RDB?
Well, the last lot, whatever I and J was, the X-Men, if I was a bit out.
Okay.
And then I got Krypton. And then, what was the other one that was the 2 lots ago? When I had Krypton Chronicles, and there was another one that was like an eye.
Cimmerian, the Cimmerian's daughter.
Yeah.
Frost Giant. Yeah,
that's the only ones I've won.
Okay, there you go. All righty, then I've got you down. All right. I was looking. I'm going. Where's your page? And turns out you didn't have one. And I've been searching here for about 5-6 minutes.
Dude, top block books I go for first, which I've already read.
Yeah.
Going to the Barbarian right there, which is I believe is the new Titans one, right?
Yes, the Titan books. Yeah.
That's a cool cover. The throwback covers. I love those.
Yeah.
Godzilla versus Kong versus Justice League. Great fun. You get the League of Villains versus and all the Super Friends. Sergeant Rock, Army of Dead written by Bruce Campbell. Fun story. It's not the East Company, or that was from the back of the day for the Silver Age, but it's still great. It fits. They're going against the undead. The Nazis have found a way to make zombies, and they turn their soldiers into zombies, and the team has to basically, with the new equipment, has to take out the zombie, and then kill Hitler and all that stuff. It's really fun. Underdog, great. Batman Beyond, I'm not sure if that's the second series by Lansing Kelly. The first one is really great. The second one, yeah, it's like Bendis. I can't. So I'm not sure which one that is. But again, I may not like something, but other people like it. That's the way it goes. I mean, I'm not really a Legion of Superheroes, but people are huge fans of that,
Straight ahead, Predator. That's where I go. I go right to the Predator, man.
Yeah, that's Dark Horse Predator. It's good.
And that was back Chris Warner. I think he was like the art director for Dark Horse back at the time, heavily involved in Comics Greatest World. Very solid artist.
Those early Dark Horse Aliens, Predator, Terminator, they were absolutely fantastic. That's where I would go first. Then just curiosity would take me to Domino Lady and Ultraman. I've already read the Sergeant Rock. It is a lot of fun. It's written by, oh my gosh, holy crap. I cannot believe I forgot his name. The movie star from Evil Dead.
Bruce Campbell. I just said that.
Bruce Campbell. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's on the, I could have just read the page, but there you go. All right, so Darkness Comes puts $5 on D&E, $3 on G, $3 on I. Domino Lady is Noir says Undead Quinn. Cheesecake sells. We know because Venkman buys them. Sorry, I thought G was 353. I got you down for 3. No worries. Domino Lady is old as 36. You got to remember Trivia Governor, not Master. Glinzer is put 6 on A. All right, and he puts 3 on F. All righty.
Man, if there's a Snurdly Boys, I'd buy it. Rush Limbaugh comics, that's what I want. Snurdly Boys.
So hey, Trusty, is
Yes.
Danny Saint-Pierre the same as the current Wonder Woman artist Daniel Saint-Pierre?
All right, correct. Breen, where I buying tonight, says Maranya. I'd go for Underdog, especially if it's done in the same style as the old cartoons. I do believe it. Well, the covers are definitely, but let's
Price
check
and
that
Age.
out.
Price and Predator.
Say again.
The Price and Predator. That's the only one that doesn't have a price of.
Oh yeah, I just don't have tabs. I ran out of tabs doing these.
Well, Darkness, they ask you how much it is.
Oh, 5.
Yeah.
I believe I got it at 5 for 1 and 2 there. Let me make sure.
But you are right though. I've learned that Dark Horse pretty much their Star Wars, their Predators, you know, their Aliens books, superior.
Basically, anything Marvel took, Dark Horse did it better.
Yes.
This is the art in the Underdog. Underdog. Speed of lightning, full of thunder.
How old are those? They look kind of modern.
Oh yeah, these are
Reprints or new?
let's see, it is from 2017. It's not saying it's reprinting anything. So yeah, I guess they're new. They're originals.
That's cool.
Yeah, dude, you know what? I've been looking for I collected a Mighty Mouse series from a few years back. That shit is gone the hell up. Holy crap. But yeah, anytime I see this kind of stuff, I will have it on if I can get it.
The good thing.
No, actually, I didn't make it up. I just don't know the words. But $5 on HP carefully.
Is that a
There's no E for me to tear off right there on Underdog. So,
well,
yeah.
Is that the art of Ultraman?
None.
No,
No,
it's not the art. It's called The Rise of Ultraman. It is. It was a series released by Marvel a few years back.
Oof.
spelling doesn't count, Breen.
Okay, let me ask you something. I just said this is Ultraman. It's a series from Marvel a few years back. Did that scare anybody off? Does just the presence of Marvel now, like after, because I actually, when I'm looking for collections, I try to avoid what I call the red band of death. And that is anything that says all new, all now. I don't need to see it say all new, all now. If it's got that red band on the bottom, I go, no, I'm staying away from that. Because once again, if I buy it, I'm dying with it. Because there is no interest in this crowd
for me, as far as like anything after 2012.
Yeah, does Marvel automatically turn you off whenever you hear 5 on 8?
And for those of you,
let's get the 1 minute warning.
Does Marvel turn you on?
Baby.
Marvel hasn't turned anyone on in a long time.
Well, yeah. Back, well, she did when she wasn't Captain Marvel, when she was Miss Marvel.
Does Marvel make you randy, baby?
Does Randy make you Marvel?
Is Randy a Marvel?
That box I showed. I'm so glad that meal that I bought.
Okay, one more set of sets, and then we're back to the normal stuff. We got 5, a couple of 3s, 2, and then a couple of 1s.
Hi, Eric. How are you?
Alrighty, and we got the 1 minute warning. Okay, let me just read these off, and then we'll call it. Okay, so starting at the top, you want to hit the stop there. We've got Glenzer with Sergeant Rock versus the Undead. All right. Next up, we have No Love for the Domino Lady. That is, I'm kind of surprised. That's one I thought would go. Batman Beyond, No Love. Maybe if I got that last issue, but I doubt it because it's got the name Kelly on it. All right. Next up, we have The Underdog, which is going with Darkness Comes. as well as the Ultraman. There we go. Both of those at $5 each. And then we've got Monster Men with Glinzer, and Darkness Comes has the JLA Kong, and Predator, and Conan. No Love for the Sham comics, which I got to admit immediately appealed to me. All right. That goes over to the rejects. All righty. Let me get these down and get the last lot of sets. And we're going back to Independent Alley. There we go. We've got 1, 2. This is really good. 3. Here's 4 and 5. Ready. Start with these. Okay, kids. First up, we've got a book from Warren Ellis and Jason Howard, and it is a 7-issue miniseries, so it will be $7. Cemetery Beach. I like the covers. If Almighty Jack, you want to let everybody know what Cemetery Beach is all about, it looks awesome. It looks very post-apocalyptic.
Almighty Jack's books. Okay, that makes my...
Yeah.
I'm like, these books are way out there. I've never heard of them.
Mm-hmm. So, they're from Image, and it's a Warren Ellis book, so...
I mean, if you're trying to avoid the big two, I can see why there's a lot of books are not...
Well, a lot of people here are trying to avoid the big two. Now, I gotta say, I can back Almighty Jack up on this one. This is a good book. It's called The Devil's Red Bride.
Oh, I remember that came out.
It's a 5-issue miniseries. Yeah. Yeah, it's a revenge book.
Pet Cemetery Beach.
Pet Cemetery Beach. That would be funny. All right. There we go. And that's a 5-issue. So this is 7. That would be 5.
Evil Dead Cat.
And then we have a book, and this one is by Ram V and Prominic. And it's a 7-issue series called Paradiso.
Dude, that is awesome.
All right.
The one book he needs to go back. Basically, the book it got canceled due to sales, so it was never finished for the second arc. It went, but went for 2 volumes, I believe. And then so I was hoping that when he because he went to DC that he would return to this, But
well, we're going to go to 1984 for this one. It's in a pack, so I'm not going to bust open the pack. But this is issues 1 through 4. Of Doug Minch and Paul Gulacy, 6 from Sirius. All righty. Next up, we have number 5 is 10 issues of Josh Williamson's Nailbiter Returns. You got 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Whoa. Okay, this is a partial set. Sorry, 2 and 1. So I've got it for 9, right? Yep, I've got it for 9 because it's missing an issue. Okie dokie. There we go. If you guys need to hear the prices again, just ask. Let me get the last 5 here. All right. Okay, sometimes I just put books together and call them a set. This isn't really a set, but this is Percy and Smith, and it's Ghost Rider issue number 1 and issue number 2. And then we have an actual really good miniseries. It's by Zeb Wells, who's pissing people off with Spider-Man, but this was fun. It's Ant-Man, and it's a 5-issue series. There we go.
Well, I bet you because Nick Lowe wasn't the editor for that.
Ah. But yeah, this was a lot of fun. I got to give credit to that. Next up with Warren Ellis, Brian Hitch, and somebody named Sinclair. We have Batman's Grave. This is issue 12. Whoops. 11. Here's issue number 10. Issue number 9. 8. 7. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. I've never heard anybody who's read this say it was bad. And finally, we have, well, not finally, in the next spot, we have issue number 7 of The Batman Who Laughs. And then we have issue number 6, issue number 5. Here's issue number 4, issue number 3, issue number 2, and issue number 1. And finally, I believe the last time we talked about this one, Almighty Jack said it was very much like a H.P. Lovecraft story. And it's called Sea of Sorrow by somebody named Duick, Cormac, and Birch. And it's a 5-issue miniseries. There's issue number 5, issue number 4. Here's issue number 3, issue number 2, and issue number 1. There we go. Bidding begins as soon as LK says go. Once again, it's 7. I've got the prices right here. Sorry, I ran out of tabs. 75759. There you go for the top row. If you need the numbers again, just ask. There you go. Hey, I've been asking it all day. RDV, what looks interesting to you?
Ghost Rider and Paradiso.
Yeah, Ghost Rider was really good. That was a good series. That was a good return. How about you, Eric? You're usually not a modern person, comic person, but you've been doing the shows, so anything here look okay?
Honestly, it's just one lot where nothing's really grabbing me.
Yeah, all right. LK, how about you?
Well, I have read The Batman's Grave. I loved it. I loved Warren Ellis's portrayal of Batman, and it probably should be noted this was the last major work that Warren Ellis did before he got Me Too'd, because all that stuff came out, I want to say, about halfway or 2/3 of the way that this miniseries was released. But it was really cool because Warren Ellis actually allowed Batman to be a detective in the story, amongst other things. Yes, it has some other Warren Ellis tropes and stuff, but also, I mean, the Brian Hitch art is also just gorgeous to look at. So yeah, I highly recommend that story. And then, of course, I'm intrigued by Cemetery Beach. It's a Warren Ellis book I had not heard about. Jason Howard also has done some really interesting stuff. I think he's the guy that had the crowdfunded book. God, what was it? I got the stupid artwork. I think is that Jason Howard? Yeah, I think it is. Did a really cool book. God, it was T-Bird and something, basically about a hero and his kind of sidekick slash mentee.
T-Bird and Throttle?
Yes, T-Bird and Throttle. Thank you, Trusty. That I really enjoyed the heck out of. As I say, I've actually got a piece of art up on my wall from one of the crowdfund campaigns for that book. So yeah, it's really cool to see. I had no idea he worked with Warren Ellis on a book. So that's very cool.
How about you, Trusty?
Batman's Grave looks interesting to me. I hadn't heard anything about that, but Brian Hitch and Kevin Nolan are two of my favorite artists. Just top of the class. So that one definitely. And then 6 from Sirius, I can't remember if I've got that one in my collection or not, but Paul Galassi, I remember liking his art. Very detailed stuff, very, very tight. So that would probably be the other one.
I got to tell you, Sea of Sorrow, that just looks really cool to me. And so does Cemetery Beach. I mean, I did read Devil's Red Bride, so I recommend that to anybody who's even halfway interested. But the ones in the Ant-Man is just so much fun to me. I did like this run of Ghost Rider, but of all the ones that I haven't checked out, Sea of Sorrow. Yeah, I read Batman Who Laughs. If it's your thing, go for it. I'm not recommending it. Not that I hated it. I just
Is that the worst character to be created in the last 10 years? Or
you know what? I don't think I don't know if I'm being fair. I'm gonna say no. It's not the worst. What it is, it was the most overused in the shortest amount of time.
Yeah,
it's like they managed to shove in 40 years worth of overdoing Joker into like a year and a half. But
Paradiso was actually, like I said, it was a really nice book. It's futuristic. It's after collapse of society. There's a city that was supposed to be a city tomorrow, but then something happened, and then so this guy basically has this device with him that he got from this tinkerer. Tinkerers are basically people who are old enough to remember how things work, they work on mechanics and stuff. And there's a city called Paradiso. He goes into the city, and the city starts to call him by his name. He's never been here before. He has no memories, and the city comes alive around him. And then, like I said, because mostly people who go in the city always never come back; they get killed by something. So it's kind
of a spin on what was that movie with Kiefer Sutherland, Dark City.
Kind of like that.
Sounds like a little spin on that.
Futuristic, yep. There's people who want to get into the city. There's people who've been living underground in the city part, and it's just like so everybody wants this thing that he has, so it's really cool.
Also sounds a little bit like Elysium too.
So
nice.
Almighty Jack's saying Cemetery Beach is about a guy trying to get to the middle of a cemetery beach, which is basically a no-go zone where all who enter die because the government ends them. And that is saying professional Pathfinder, his only ally, a disaffected youth murderers breaks out of and a torture cell in pursuit of his worst extraction scenario ever, escaping on foot across a sprawling and secret off-world colony. Sounds like they're talking about two different stories, but Undead Quinn didn't care for it. Cormac is preeminent indie horror artist. If you like horror books, get anything that he does, says Almighty Jack. LK puts 7 on A, and Darkness Comes 3 on F, 5 on G, and Glenzer comes in with 15 on H. LK sold it. There you go.
Glenzer, yeah.
Thank you very much.
If you haven't read it, go 1550. It's fantastic, and as I say, I mean the Brian Hitch art it was great. I loved it so much, and again, it was one of those things that just so ticked me off with those whiny Me Tooers in terms of Warren Ellis. How dare those adult women get charmed by Warren Ellis and not know what they were getting themselves into when they were looking for the career boost.
Rhaegar saying, speaking of Paradiso, has anybody ever read the Divine Comedy in its entirety? Paradiso is the last book in it, or the third act, if you will. I tried. I kept trying to find the meter, and because it's a poem and it's written like a poem, and I was trying to find the da-da-da-da-da-da, 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 and there's not one. So my brain could not connect to what was going on. I mean, literally, I couldn't read it. So God bless you if you did. That's something I can't do. I don't know. Have you guys ever tried to read it? No?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
I don't feel bad. At least I tried. At least I tried. Yeah.
LK, did you read Planetary?
Oh yes. Yeah, I am.
Let's get the 1 minute warning. It
Some...
seems like the last bid was a few minutes ago, so actually 6 minutes. We're way slow on these things.
I guess you haven't caught my bad comic beatdown videos on the current Outsiders series, which is basically Lansing and Kelly doing their best to desecrate Planetary and Warren Ellis.
Yep. Planetary is just so good. I shared it with one of the guys that plays trivia on Wednesday nights, not on my team, but on another team, and he was just blown away by it.
Oh yeah, it's
all right. Let's see what we got. What we got here is LK with Cemetery Beach. All right, where is it? It's over here. That's A, and then we have Darkness Comes with F. And G, the Ghost Rider and the Ant-Man. I don't think you're going to be disappointed by this Ant-Man. It really is a lot of fun. Glenzer has the Batman's grave. All right. And everything else to the reject pile. Oh, shit. Oh, good. I have another empty box. All right.
Yeah, I mean, again, one of the great things about Planetary, and honestly, I need to do a reread of it here. And since I've got some time on my hands, maybe I will. I think, but it's a great example of how, especially, I mean, the first 10 issues or so are basically, you know, one-issue stories.
Right.
But you've got the B story in the background, you know, that is telling the more sprawling story that, you know, eventually becomes the main plot in the second half of the.
And
how much? Hold on. Jim's asking. Well, first of all, did C actually sell it all? Paradiso?
Paradiso did not.
Jim's asking how much it was.
It was 7 books, $7.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Okay. I want to say this though.
Do you want me to put you down there, Jim?
When it came to Paradiso and Planetary, that's one of the few books that I talked with Skip on about.
Yeah.
Great past.
Okay, kids, here we go with we're going back to, can change the banner to 5. We're going back to $5 books. We have Superboy and the Legion of Superheroes, and this is issue number 255. It is one of the best I've ever seen. That is a really good copy.
You know,
next up we have the first appearance of Orissa, this red chick. It's Tales of the Green Lantern Corps, issue number 1. That's her first appearance.
Look, green floating heads.
And some sort of army of something or other.
Isn't that Katmatui?
Is that? Which one's Orissa? Is Orissa the young girl?
I think Orissa's the blonde.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I had them mixed up. Orissa is the blonde, right?
Yeah.
Peter Parker Spectacular Spider-Man, number 71.
That's Sinestro's daughter, isn't it?
We have issue number 114. And we have issue number 120.
No, she wasn't.
And then we have Secret Origins, issue number 2. And we have Secret Origins, issue number 8 with Spectre. I love that cover, by the way. And then we have Pep Comics, starring Archie. That's issue number 244. Hey, Moose. I didn't order a soda. I want a shake. And he turns around, shakes his hand. Anytime, pal. That is Archie humor right there, ladies and gentlemen. Dad jokes. Next up, we have Thorian of the New Asgardians, or Asgods. And then we have X-Patrol, X-Men, and Doom Patrol, which is basically the same thing. Bidding begins at $5 each as soon as OK says go. Cool stuff.
It should be noted, I believe, because I know earlier tonight somebody mentioned the fact, asking me about, you know, hey, did you hear about there's going to be an amalgam omnibus? And yes, there is, but be aware, it is not a complete omnibus. It will not have every amalgam issue. And honestly, if you're interested in amalgam, I would tell you to go collect the individual issues. Most of them are pretty reasonable, are probably going to cost less than the omnibus, honestly. And as far as I know, Thorian is not going to be in the omnibus.
Really?
Yeah.
So is the omnibus only, because it's only like 18 issues? Usually an omnibus is 25. No, it's 24. I think there's 24 of them, or around 20 anyway.
Yeah,
of all of the amalgam, so they could put them all in one omnibus.
I know for a fact when the announcement came out and people started looking into it, they're like, well, wait a minute, this isn't complete, because there were 2 years of amalgam books. And it's like, well, this one's missing and this one's missing. And
are they only doing set number 1? Because I think New Asgods was set number 2.
No, it's a smattering of both of them. For example, I think Assassins is not included in the omnibus either. And yes, Undead Quinn, there is the one issue that's removed due to Gerard Jones, which personally I think is stupid.
Are you kidding me?
Nope.
Okay, Jim.
you know, because again, you can do that, and I'm probably, you know, you can take his name off of it, whatever. You know, it's just, you know, I don't want to get all into it, but I think it's, you know, I think it's stupid. I look at it the same way as, you know, when WWE refused to put out any Chris Benoit video for decades, and you know.
Oh, that's right. Somebody got canceled or arrested for bad stuff.
Well, Gerard Jones went to prison, yes, for what Undead Quinn said.
One did murder, the other one did other stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and but you know, getting back to fun stuff, yeah, Orisa is how a lot of American comic book readers got introduced to Lolicon.
I mean, Orisa actually is way much older than Hal. So.
Yes. Oh yeah. Well, it's the same thing as the watching the anime where, oh yeah, it's the 1,000-year-old elf girl who looks like she's 14.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, hey, if Wonder Girl can date a guy who's twice her age, you know, why not?
Oh yeah, it's the double standard. Yeah.
Yeah, but she was like literally a teen, which nobody gave a shit back in the day. It's like we didn't even notice it, but they make a deal of it now. I mean, but back then we were watching Fast Times at Ridgemont High where teenagers were in each other. So okay.
I mean, Bob Ross was hot back then.
Bob Ross. Well, okay, I see where you're going. You know what? I've got to start printing some T-shirts. I stand with Terry. You know, you call him a creep, but that he's dating Wonder Woman or Wonder Girl. You know.
Terry,
oh God, I would pay you $20 to go to a con with a shirt saying "I stand with Terry."
If you didn't have a picture, no one would get it.
Yeah. Well,
Terry
no,
was right.
Yeah. Well, what was his last name? Was it Long?
Yeah, Terry Long.
Yeah. So yeah, I stand with Terry Long.
You know what? I would have to ask you for at least 30 or 35 because it would cost me about 25 to print the T-shirt. So,
let me holler at you, player.
Yeah, you do that, and I'm wearing a fucking T-shirt to whatever con Eric and I were talking about going to in Cincinnati. Yeah, but yeah, I would do it. I know I would only make about $6 on the deal, but I would do it.
Oh, by the way, Eric, did you know you're going to convention with E? No, I didn't know that, did you?
No.
Well, he does now. Okay.
Or you could go to like a Wonder Girl cosplay event with a shirt that says "Me love you, Terry, long time."
All right. So right off the bat, Darkness Comes says FG and H.
Terry Ho.
All right. So that is Secret Origins and Secret Origins again. All right, and it was H, which is Pep.
I gotta show this. I love
Kellogg's Pep.
Terry City Chrissy.
Let's see, one listed Hotwire. We got removed to the pedo, right? I'll go 7 on Paradiso. Got you down for that. And Comic Book Frog says C, D, and E. All righty, and there's Peter Parker's.
C, Spider-Man book sell.
Yeah. Thank
Peter
you.
Parker, the bow-legged Spider-Man.
Actually, you know what? With what I found doing this, as far as Spider-Man, I've been told differently. I've been told that Peter Parker's Spectacular Spider-Man does not sell for a lot of shops and a lot of these online things. And I'm like, that's the only one I can sell. I mean, as far as every damn time I throw one up, that's what sells. It's the Peter Parker. I have a harder time selling Amazing Spider-Man than I do Peter Parker Spectacular.
I'll just say this: Web of Spider-Man Spectacular, the big box stores got them each. A lot of them selling for $4.
Yeah,
piece.
Nice. Are they the later numbers?
Yeah.
Because there is a cutoff. Like issue about 108, like there's a black suited Spider-Man, and then after that, it doesn't sell quickly. But anything under 100, Peter Parker Spectacular Spider-Man sells easy. Let's get the 1 minute warning.
And the reason they sell so great because it's not Zeb Wells.
Okay, so no love for Superboy, Legion of Superheroes, Tales of the Green Lantern Corps. RDV has the Spider-Mans, Secret Origins, and Pep to Darkness Comes, as well as the Ryan No Love for X-Patrol.
I was just going to say X-Patrol has got Brian Hitch and Paul Neary artwork in there. It was a little bit earlier, you know, he started out as more of an Alan Davis clone, which is not a bad thing to be, you know, before he evolved into the really realistic artist that he is now. But that's some good art in there.
I've noticed a lot of people who like Mary Jane and hate the current book and all. They actually go for a lot of the.
Hey, have you ever sold Spidey books with the actual alien costume? Yes, I have. I have not sold the first issues, but yeah, I've sold stuff after it when he's tooling around in those. I had a couple of Web of Spider-Mans. Usually those are the ones that are easier to get, like the earlier issues.
Yeah, I like Web. I like pretty much for me Spider-Man. The ones I like the most, the ones where he's married with Mary Jane. Those are always my favorite.
Yeah,
because it just shows a guy who's happy, finally happy.
Yeah, I like Spider-Man up until Clone Saga. Then I'm good to drop off after that.
I mean, even Craven's Last Son after Clone Saga, where Jim Mateo's writing it. You know, I liked it.
Let's get the stop here. And no love for Superboy or Tales of the Legion. I'm actually surprised that the Legion of Superheroes not going, but
the Legion.
Let's see. RDV has the Spider-Mans. There you go. And there's no love for the X-Patrol. There we are. Yeah. Spider-Man's over here. And then Darkness Comes has the Secret Origins, the Pep, and the Thorian. Kellogg's Pep.
The new Asgods.
Kellogg's Pep was advertising for Superman, the radio show. I used to listen to it on my paper route when I was in Tallahassee. I had a paper route. And I would always listen to the radio shows, and in between every episode, Kellogg's Pep. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. These are $3 books, and I've got the House of Yang issue number 2. Did anybody get issue number 1? Because here's issue number 2, and we have issue number 3.
House of Wing.
Next up, we have another Adam Hughes Legionnaires. This is issue number 14.
Hello, Nurse.
And then we have Legionnaires, Legion of Superheroes number 17 from the Keith Gavin, but this is TNM Berenbaum, excuse me.
Well,
then we have issue number 19 with Keith Giffen again. There we go. Next up, we have from Jeff Smith a book called Bone. That's issue number 15. Issue number 16, issue number 17, issue number 19. By the way, this is a really good storyline where they're caught out in the rain with the rat creatures chasing them. You have Phony Bone and goodness gracious, I forgot the other bone. But Smiley. They are Smiley, thank you. And they are because Phony Bone is a con man, tried to con people. He owes a whole bunch of eggs, and so they end up having to work at a diner. It's a really good storyline. I mean, the whole freaking tale is awesome. It's just epic. But each there's individual stories as it goes through. It's just a fantastic book. Here we have Nick Fury, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., issue number 4. I should have put that down instead of talking about that, but bidding begins at $3 each as soon as LK says go. This is a freaking great story right here. You want to know where I would go to? These 4 right here, and then these 3 right here. I've never read these, so I don't know where to go, but absolutely the Bone. Absolutely. Okay, well, you said something, so
these are still $5 books?
No, these are $3.
$3 books.
$3.
Yeah.
But you're right. Bone is great stuff. You know, I've got the whole run.
Fantastic.
It's fantastic. And
I've got that big omnibus thing they printed about 15, 20 years ago. I think they've reprinted it since, but for a while they printed and that was it. But yeah, it's really good stuff.
And the Legionnaires, you know, I was never a big Legion of Superheroes fan, but I was when this book was coming out.
Legionnaires, Legion of Superheroes, to me, the 90s, they give the 70s a great run for their money.
Well, even the ones were... Go ahead.
No, sorry. I mean, yeah, Legionnaires, this was my wheelhouse. So Venkman, yeah, if you're curious, that's Andromeda. That's on the cover of C there, raising the flag. And I can't remember if that's the issue where it turns out she's, call it for lack of a term, racist.
Yeah, they flat out do. I mean, speciesist, I guess.
Speciesist is probably better.
Wait.
Yeah, well, just because her planet, you know, everybody's, you know, like super strong. They're basically all the equivalent of, say, like, you know, Kryptonians. And there's a whole thing about, you know, their, you know, species not mixing with other species because they don't want to dilute the species. And, you know, so where she, like, she's, you know, kind of pleasant. I forget exactly what it is. It's like they're going to a club or something, and she basically goes, "No, I don't want to be with you," and it just turns into a whole thing, and it's really interesting. I mean, it's yes, you know, especially back then. I mean, it's pretty well done in terms of her, you know, learning that, you know, hey, you know, the other people are okay, you know, and especially when she's, you know, basically the representative to join this, you know, team of people from all their planets. You know, she learns, you know, to set aside differences and learns how to get together, you know, and be part of the team.
Two things. The Legion of Superheroes, the last are D and E. Are those the 80s?
These were not, the Legionnaires were the 90s. The Legion of Superheroes that are up here were the 80s.
Okay, because I remember that. Yeah, because after Superboy left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those were they call it the Destroyed Moon, the Dark Era, or the Adult Legion, because they were all grown up at the time. So
well, in the Baxter era, because those have the different paper too, right?
So
yeah. Oh wait, no, that was a different one. Okay, let's see. Austin says 3 on F.
That bone cover, that first bone cover reminds me of Hagar the Horrible.
And then we have Comic Book Frog saying 3 on J. Alrighty. The Nick Fury. Okay, and let's see, that was at 12:08. It's 12:12, 3 minutes after the last bid. So let's put the 1 minute warning up. Only 2 books off of this one. I think you guys are missing out with Bone. That is definitely something.
Marvel said they get Fury, so I'm getting Fury.
You're listening to Marvel now. That was a good book. I was impressed.
Dude, even though he's not called the Punisher, you damn well know Ennis is gonna have him have a painted on like mud or something, like a skull. No, he's gonna
see a never-ending supply of Bone comics.
Ennis respects the hell out of the Punisher character.
Yes.
You know? So, like I said, I'm sad this is only be like a 5-issue miniseries, something like that.
Alrighty, so no love for the House of Yang or the Legion of Superheroes this time around.
We don't want no Yang, bro. No Yang.
Where is the reach?
Because there's no Yang.
Yeah.
Bone 15 to Austin and Nick Fury to RDV.
Yeah.
You were saying okay, sorry.
Well, just to update something earlier, so I took a look at the latest solicit for the omnibus. So it looks like that the listings were updated. So it does look like the only amalgam books that are going to be missing are the 2 Gerard Jones books, which would be JLX #1 and Magneto Men.
Okay. Next up, we're still at the $3. We have Dennis the Menace. This is issue number 153. And we have Jerry Lewis, issue number 62. Obviously, you can tell it's got trouble.
Hey, it's Zach.
There you go. And here we have Patsy Walker, which has a tear from all the way up. Oh my gosh, there's a sugar animal. Yeah. And it's got some troubles. I mean, look, it's a $3.
It's pretty beat up.
Yeah, I mean, they're both 10-cent books, but they have definitely been read with a fork.
Or maybe since it's a romance comic, it's seen a lot of love.
Hold up.
Oh, there you go. Yes.
Next from he's charging us $3
from IDW, something Whiz Kids, I guess. This is something called Mage Knight: Stolen Destiny. It's a 3-issue series here. Alrighty. And then we have Suicide Squad, Legion of Collectors variant. Obviously, the Harley Funko. This is a reprint of the first issue of the 1980s or 1980s series. This is not a reprint of modern day that has Harley Quinn in it. It's the one with Rick Flag and Enchantress.
The original Suicide Squad.
Bronze Tiger and those guys.
Yeah.
And Moody June.
Why do I still have a visceral reaction that book should be burned and turned into?
Because it's got that Harley Quinn on it, and people are
because it's got a Funko Pop on it.
Okay. Dude, next up, we have Peter Parker Spectacular Spider-Man 102, and we have 104, and we have 111, 113. And 178. There we go. Bidding begins at $3 each as soon as LK says go. Oh, it's
Well, Glenn, if our historian was here, he would tell you that before Patsy Walker was Hellcat, Patsy Walker was Patsy Walker, romance character.
That is true. Yes,
she was the cat, right?
I mean, if Eric or I could have told you that as well, but Nick Fury.
She wasn't a Texas Ranger.
Well, she definitely wasn't a runner. I'll see myself out.
And Austin.
Well, I mean, theoretically, she's old enough that she could have been his mother.
Mother.
If you want to tie the universes together.
What was great about this was Buzz, her boyfriend, they turned into a full-fledged villain, and he was part of Roxxon in that Avengers storyline with the Squadron Supreme that from the other Earth.
Yeah.
And then after that, I think they literally turned him into a demon in the Defenders, but by the time she was married to Damon.
Okay, $3 on F through I, says RDV.
Matt Damon.
But that'd have been like making Clicker a villain.
Wait, was Clicker like the sidekick of a Snapper?
Clicker was the photographer for Millie the Model and her boyfriend.
Clicker to snap a car?
Well, because Clicker, clicked photos. So it's subtle there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, because we know if nothing else, Stan Lee was very subtle.
Glitzer! Didn't Disney turn their Buzz into a full-fledged villain? Oh, I love it. You guys seen that meme somebody did? They took the Buzz Lightyear and then he sees like the Wilson, the volleyball, pick his head up over the fence. Hey, Wilson, what's up? And then you see like it gets deflated, and he's like, Wilson, no, and you see Woody's like, Wilson. I love it.
And speaking of Disney characters, did you see Mark Hamill at the delivering the White House press release?
I couldn't watch it. And yes, Austin, I did have the Suicide Squad on eBay.
Wait, did he is it Joker?
Let's get the 1 minute warning, please.
Yeah.
No,
it doesn't take my love away from Star Wars. So
somebody tweeted An aging lesbian delivered the whatever address. They go. Corinne Jean-Pierre also was there.
Well, I mean, when he comes staggering out to the press corps there, I thought he was drunk off his ass.
He might have been.
Oh,
yeah. I mean, he has to know how demeaning that is.
One of their page shills tweeted, "We have Captain America and Luke Skywalker. You have Kid Rock and Chachi. Any questions?" And Zach goes, "Question: do you think Captain America and Luke Skywalker are real people?"
All right, let's get the stop. Dennis the Menace is with Darkness Comes, and the RDV has F, G, H, and I, the Peter Parker Spectacular Spider-Man 102, 104, 111, and 113. And the rest hit the rejects.
Yeah.
There we go.
But again, I mean, the only reason why he was invited to the White House is, probably somebody in the White House press office, saw him, tweeting, about supporting Biden. And then, somebody clued them into what May the 4th has become, which is just, oh God, I can't stand it. And saw this as, oh, hey, here's a great opportunity to get to the young people, by having Mark Hamill do a Star Wars bit with Biden on, May the 4th be with you.
Wait, it was Biden old Ben?
Yeah. Well, by the way, he did says I wanna call him Joby One now.
I know.
Go yourself, Mark Hamill.
Yeah.
By the way, set this at $2, and we've got Wolverine issue number 39, and we have Wolverine issue 52. And here is issue number 53. We've got Wolverine issue number 73. Oh, and we've got Tales to Astonish reprinting Submariner issue number 4. This is issue number 4. Boink. And then we have Punisher 2099 number 1. And we have The Trouble with Girls issue number 1. Next up, we have Morlock 2001. This is a mixture of mine and Almighty Jack's. Here's Justice League number 28, where Guy Gardner obviously takes Ice out on a date to a porn theater. And we have Thor issue number 433. Bidding begins at $2 each as soon as LK says go.
Okay, I'm actually going to talk about a book here for once tonight. But before I say that, about Mark Hamill, the only thing, I mean, it was cringe, but if he were a Republican and he did this with Trump, we'd all think it's wonderful. So
that's true.
The disingenuousness on the right on this is big time.
You are correct about that. You are, because when we see a celebrity step up and be a conservative, we're like, hey. But I think it's because seeing a celebrity step up and be a moronic leftist, we see that every day, twice.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt. But I'm just saying, which means we have more opportunities to be hypocritical.
Yes. Okay.
The Trouble with Girls. If anybody's not familiar with that,
Aunt May, right?
This guy just, all this guy wants to do is curl up with a good book and live in, the town he grew up in, which I think is something like Boringsville or something. But unfortunately, he's incredibly handsome, charismatic, and every girl wants to sleep with him. He's worth billions of dollars, and he doesn't want any of that. He just wants to be boring, but life won't let him. So, and the book is absolutely hysterical.
And isn't that his name?
Lester
Isn't he like Lester Girls?
His dad is Chester Girls, and he's got all these. His best friend is Apache Dick, and the Viper, I think, is his arch nemesis. Of course, she wants to sleep with him too.
I love the kid. There's a neighbor kid that always comes over and he sees Viper and he's like, Jesus Christ, lady, you ever wear a bra?
Yeah, well, there's two of them. It's his little cousin and his friend, or there's two little cousins or something. But yeah, I snap these up every time I come across one I don't have.
At one point in time, these did sell. The original run, I think, what was it? Eternity. It was.
It was on Eternity. Then I think Kamiko.
Kamiko, yeah, and I had a whole shit ton of that run, and they really did go. This was an actual well-selling series.
Yeah, I think this is actually in color, isn't it? Because all the ones at Eternity I know were black and white, and I'm pretty sure the ones at Kamiko were as well.
I could check,
or maybe we're both, but
it's Epic Comics. Let's see, we've got $2 on Jay from Darkness Comes, and so far that's the only one.
Yeah. What I was going to say is that JLI, is that a prequel to the recent Tom King hidden target?
Nah, it's just something Tom King ruined.
It is. I don't want to. Oh, there's the Jade. Oh,
I heard
Jade. That's right. Yeah, Jade.
I heard at the end of that series, actually, Gardner was alive.
It was.
Well, that would be quite a trick.
Oh yeah, here we go. It starts off even as a naked girl's throwing yourself at him.
Yeah, did Brett Blevins do the art on that?
He's on the cover, and let me see if I can't. I'm really trying. Al Williamson ink, Brett Blevins with Russ Miller on the pencils.
Brett Blevins is very underrated as far as like good girl artists go.
I'm really trying not to break the spine on this. So. But it looks like we only got one bid on this lot. Let's get the we'll get the stop, and the one bid was on the 4 from Darkness Comes, and we'll move on. I'm kind of going a little bit quicker because it's after 12. We've got 2 more lots. If you guys want to stop now, we can. It's up to you guys. I just realized we're past midnight.
No, we're not.
Yeah, I guess it depends on where you are, isn't it?
Yeah.
You gotta wait for the West Coast, bro.
No, I'm not going until 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
All right, but hit the $1 again. We're gonna go back to those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. These are Almighty Jack. I think the last 2 lots are Almighty Jack. We have X-Force number 1.
Man, you never see those.
Yeah.
New Mutants issue number 64. And we have issue number 76. And here's New Mutants issue number 77. There we go. And we have Colonial Marines, Aliens Colonial Marines number 4. There we go. Next up, we have X Factor, and this is issue 130. And we have issue number 131. We have X Factor issue number 133. And we have X Factor 134. And issue number 139. Bidding begins at $1 each. As soon as LK says go. All right.
Yeah, Rhaegar, I think one of the other things about Mark Hamill coming out to do this is it feels a lot like him thumbing the nose at all the people that supported him for all the comments and stuff, and how Luke Skywalker and him in general was treated during The Last Jedi. Because basically a lot of the people that he's sucking up to now are the same ones that loved how Luke Skywalker was berated and thrown away in The Last Jedi. So there's definitely an element of that.
Well, I mean, he is a leftist through and through.
Yeah,
always has been. But yeah, and also I said it's I said if we agree with the person, we think it's great. But if you don't agree with the person, then obviously you're gonna find offense with it because you don't agree with it, and they said there's no common ground between the left and the right anymore.
No,
I mean they've gone so far left that that's why I said yesterday's liberals are today's centrists and conservatives.
Mm-hmm.
That is true, but you know what? It's hard to find middle ground anymore when it's like you're a bigot for not wanting to kill Jewish people.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, that's the message these days. And I'm not taking any of that. No. They just support the people about. There's no place called Palestine. It's in the Hamas. What they're after is the death of Jews. And we almost got to the end without politics. But there you go. It's impossible to say, you know what? No, I'm on the side of let's kill Jewish people. Excuse me.
The sad thing is, the Democrats are going to keep control of the Senate because of your old state, because they just passed a bill changing the time from 15 weeks down to 6. Yeah. And for half the country, that is the only thing that matters. So that's going to win the Democrats a lot of state elections because they're doing the same thing in Arizona. Yeah. But the problem is, the reason why these bills they're getting so far to one side is because the left has taken it to everything through partial birth.
Yeah, it is. It's ridiculous because the pendulum swings far and wide.
But nobody ever pays a political price for wanting late-term abortion.
Yeah,
but early one, cutting the time back. Oh yeah, that's an election killer.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just to go
final lot of the night, ladies and gentlemen. Let me get these up here. Okay, so next up we have the Atari Force issue number 3.
Now you're talking.
And we have Atari Force issue number 5. And here is Atari Force issue number 10. And Atari Force issue number 15. And this is by Mike Barron, by the way. Well, this one is. This is Jerry Conway and Jose Luis Garcia Lopez. Right there, that's enough. Then we got Conway, Mike Barron. Mike Barron is on issue number 18 as well. All righty. And for the bottom row, I give to you Eric, Son of Thunder.
Oh, dang it. Sega Force.
Issue number 3. And we have issue number 8. And issue number 11. Issue number 50. And just because it's the last of AMJ's books, Mantra number 6. All right, bidding begins at $1 each. As soon as LK says go. Okay. And you know what? I got to tell you, I look at stuff like this or even Arion, and I'm thinking, give me 80s low tier over modern day books.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. I mean, like you mentioned, on A there, Jerry Conway and Jose Garcia Lopez.
That's a great team up.
And this isn't like, early Garcia Lopez. I mean, he was already well established at this point. Mm-hmm. What would be the modern equivalent of, basically a very good above average writer and a top artist being put on a licensed book?
Oh my gosh, do they ever do that? It's like, hey, we got Venditti teamed up with Riley and Rosmo.
Mike W. Barr on that Rancha. Great series.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah, that was Terry Dodson's first work, I think, was on Mantra. I don't know if he did that issue, but
okay. I just want to point something out, that there are very few comics that last as long as Arak.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Atari Force.
Well, one actually, but I get what you're saying. Arak, the Son of Thunder. This is the number 50. It's the last issue. Name a modern day comic that gets to go to issue number 50, and this is Arak, Son of Thunder.
Ms. Marvel,
including legacy numbering.
Well, they only let Ms. Marvel go to 50, so it would tie that Evil Man's run.
So,
I gotta say, I did read Arak, Son of Thunder in the 80s. I thought it was a good book. I thought it was fun.
I loved Atari Force. I've got the whole run of that. And even, after Jose Luis Garcia Lopez left the book, you still had Eduardo Barreto taking over. So it's not really much of a drop in quality artwork wise.
I'd argue that's no drop.
Yeah,
there you go. Okay, but I mean, I think they even before this series came out, I believe they put out a series of mini comics in some of the Atari game cartridges.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yars Revenge was one of them. I've got a couple of the mini comics. I was going to ask you if they reprinted the mini comics in the DC run, or were they separate?
They were separate, I think. Maybe, I don't know if they did a special issue or two, but it wasn't part of this run.
Yeah, because I mean that's how I learned about Atari Force was my grandpa buying Yar's Revenge, and I was like, oh cool, there's this little mini comic from DC in here. Darkness Comes, how dare you? It's Mantra is far better than OK, especially the first run. The second kind of the second run, or I guess the second arc. Venkman, you know what I'm talking about, when the blonde gets the mantra powers.
When the blonde gets, I believe that's actually the Marvel.
Is that the Marvel?
So,
the Marvel point?
Yeah.
B, C, and D are with Glinzer at $1 each. And Darkness Comes has the Arax. No love for Mantra, no love for the issue number 3 of Atari Force, which I can only guess because Glinzer already has
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, here's one of the things that blows me away is I still can't believe, especially in this day and age, in this political climate, especially with knowing the lefty lunatics that run the asylum at Marvel, how has Mantra not found her way into MCU?
I don't know.
For those of you who aren't aware, Mantra starts out as this great male warrior who's
Lucas.
Yeah, Lucas, who's part of this group, and they basically have fought through the eons, and every time they die, they come back to the spot, they reincarnate and go back into the battle. But something happens, that side gets really attacked. He gets this last kind of reincarnation, and he wakes up and he finds out he's in the body of a woman.
Yeah, basically Mantra has two brothers. They're are locked in this eternal battle. These side is warriors. Each of them, both sides, when they die, they're reincarnated. The last one, the good brother, since he was losing his powers, he decided he would search out a body that had to tap into the most great magic ability. Of course, it's a divorcee with 2 kids.
Yeah.
By the way, thank you.
The poor guy wakes up just about after the deed was done.
Which puts you at an even 50 there, sir.
And okay, if they did use that character in the MCU, I can assure you it will look nothing like the mantra on the cover.
Oh, of course. Marvel would never draw her like that today.
No, I mean, if they used her in a movie, I would say it'd be.
Oh, well, in a movie,
it'd probably be Tilda Swinton.
God.
It'd be Hunter Schafer. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Wait, Mantra featuring Lizzo.
At least the boobs will be big.
No, they would just subvert expectations and still have a man player.
Yeah.
Yeah, they back it up, so it'd be a woman in a man's body.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
So you have
let's see. We'll get the stop, and Glinzer has the Atari Force, except for issue number 3. And there we go.
Mantra starring Leah Thomas.
And Glinzer or Darkness Comes has the Arax on the Thunders. No love for Mantra. There we go.
You know, Eric, that did last a long time. You know, we've been waiting for the Eric to just to finally move on. But
or if they want
okay. And let me see.
Swap Brittany Griner.
Let me see. We have Darkness Comes. I'm counting the. Hold on. 4. 1, 2,
God,
4, 5, 10.
Green, you mentioned Brittany Griner, and I laughed out loud. So did you see the ad or the ad? What's her name? Oh, Robin Roberts is doing an interview with Brittany Griner. I had it on. I had the sound low. I came out of the kitchen. I saw the ad, and I was like, "Oh, what guy is she talking to?" And then I saw the title card come up at the end, and I was like, "Oh my God, that's Brittany Griner now."
Well, that answered that answered your question. What guy was Robin Roberts interviewing?
Yeah, I was like, holy shit! I was.
Is anybody surprised that Brittany Guy? He's a guy. He looks like a guy. He sounds like a guy. And when he gets interviewed, everybody knows he's a guy.
I mean, except the thing is if you saw her back in her Baylor college days, nobody thought that. When she played collegiately at Baylor. I never gave two thoughts. I totally assumed she's a woman.
As soon as I saw him, I'm like, that's a dude. Now it could just be a woman that juiced too much and lost, but put in too much testosterone or something to give a sports edge to her.
I was a little suspicious when it punched out one of the girls on one of the teams that Baylor was playing, and it didn't even. I'm not even sure if it got a foul called on it because they desperately needed it for ratings.
Yeah.
Yeah, when anybody else would have been suspended for the rest of the tournament, not Bradley. I mean Brittany. That was a man's punch.
I mean, I love Keenan Kel. He's a dude. She's a dude. We're all dudes.
He's a dude. He's a dude. We're all dudes.
Pretty much.
Austin, I'm not going near that. So just go look at the memes. Have fun.
Nobody's talking about Big Mike here.
No one said Michael.
Alrighty then.
Or Mikhail.
Woman, but sort of.
Share screen. Wheel of
Death. Turn. So who's gonna die today?
Lost it again. Okay, here is Wheel of Names. Wait, why are you not moving for me?
Wow, it's like Gail. She's done.
God, who did win inspirational?
Oh no, I appreciate Gail not moving. I brought her up a lot.
Who won who won the ESPN female inspirational athlete for that year? Leah or Brittany?
I think it was. I think it was Leah Thomas, but I'm not positive. I don't remember.
Okay. So starting off here, we're going to go with Spiffy, who has Hellboy Conquest at $1 and Dark Horse Comics 2 at $3, or $2 for a subtotal of $3. So there you go, Spiffy. Add that to the others, and it would be 19 for the books, and then just add 9 for the shipping. That's all, for all I'm holding for you. LK had Fantastic Four number 11 at 3, Lady Zorro number 1 at 2, and then let's see, Cemetery Beach 1 through 7 at 7. Okay, here we go. All the jokes. There we are. Hello, kids. And that is $12. I am holding some for you. I don't think we're beyond an envelope at this point if you're waiting for a box. If you want to send it along, $9, of course. If you want to hold for a box, I'll hold for a box. No problem. But you get a spot on the wheel.
You don't turn your camera and say, hello, kids. That's just creepy, okay?
Hello, kids. Hey, Nick. Hey, little kitty. Welcome to Disneyland.
Fellow high school.
You want to go on to the white van ride? Yeah. Okay, so next up we have Darkness Comes. Woo, this is going to take a lot. All right, so we got Gotham Knights. All these are $1. Gotham Knights number 1, Master of Kung Fu, believe was 19, Iron Man Annual 13, Primordials number 1, and Star Trek Mirrorverse number 4. The number $2 was Dark Horse Presents 66. Then you had Joker and Daffy at 5. We had Web of Spider-Man Annual number 8 at 3. X-Men 214 at 3. Tarzan Giant Size at 3. And then there was the Dracula Giant at 5. We have Get Along Gang at 3. That is issue number 2. Dark Horse Presents 54 at 10. Doctor Strange 14 at 5. Uncle Scrooge 19 at 7. Daisy and Scrooge Picnic Time at 5. Magic Comics 103 at 5, Walt Disney Comics and Stories 225 at 5, Walt Disney Comics Stories 379 at 5, Incredible Hulk annual, what was it, 10 at 5. Millie the Model 100 at 8. Dark Horse Comics 11 at 8. Shadow of the Bat 1 and 2 for 15. Necroscope number 1 for 7. Tip Top Comics for 10. Walt Disney Comics and Stories 127 at 8. 255 at 8. Ace Comics 46 at 8. Adam 33 at 10. Adam Hawk 39 at 15. Tales to Astonish 67 at 15. Tales to Astonish 88 at 8. Secret Origins, I believe that was 1 at 8. Brave and the Bold 113 at 10. Trump Space Force at 30. Dark Horse Presents Annual 1998 at 30. Marvel Tales 12 at 8. Walt Disney Comics 197 at 15. 251 at 15. 256 at 15. Haha number 86 at 8. City of Heroes Series 1 through 16 was 20. JLA Kong Godzilla 1 and 2 for 3. Predator 1 and 2 for 5. Conan 1 and 2 for 3. Underdog 2 through 4 for 5. Ultraman 1 through 5 for 5. Ghost Rider 1 and 2 for 3. Ant-Man 1 through 5 for 5. Secret Origins number 2 for 5. Secret Origins number 5 for 5. Pep number 244 for 5. Dennis the Menace 153 for 3. Thor 433 for 2. And Eric 3, 8, 11, and 50 for $1 each, for a well, it's a total because obviously you're getting free shipping on this. It is $418. God bless you, brother. Just God bless you. You are my favorite person. Ready.
If you ever need help with your body, I'm here.
Pardon? Say what?
If you ever need help with a body, I'm here.
Okay, so I obviously have written something down. I have a bad habit of doing that. Like I write $1 or $3 books, $2 books at $1. So obviously I did that with $4 worth of stuff. So I'll go with you because that's $4 higher. There you go. All right. But yeah, I do have a bad habit of doing that. It's almost like muscle memory. I get used to writing $1, $1, $1. So when I write something the next time, it's $1. And yeah, so there you go. Okie dokies. But let's sit in for a little bit and find something to talk about, guys, because I've got 40 of these to do. 3, 4, 5, 41, by the way, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. What was his name? Broad City. I think that's the last person that did this, and I certainly appreciate it. He was drunk.
Yeah.
You had 418 before the last. Yeah, I wrote something down wrong. I mean, if you said I've got all the same stuff there. All right. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Way there. 21, 22, 23, 24. Good luck to everybody else. 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, and 41. Okay, here's the dealio. I'm going to do both books. I'm giving away both books tonight. Thank you very much to Darkness Comes. I cannot imagine me being so fucking petty as going, oh, no, no, no. You guys only have 6 people. You need 10 people on to give away 2 books when somebody's willing to drop in, you know.
Back to saying 42.
42. You know, it's absolutely. So we do have both Mystery in Space and Justice League the Nail to give away tonight. Say again?
The great thing about this is Austin's going to win.
Why don't you just ask Darkness Come which one he'd like to have mailed to him first?
Hey, you know what? It will be something if, like, LK wins.
Well, okay. All right. Well, but it can't be. There's no VENKMAN's not on the board, so it can't be obligatory. Whoever's next to him.
You know, I will be on the board.
He will be on the board. Right now, we're talking about.
That's who wins.
Yeah, okay, so I got you down for 4. Yeah, I got you down for 422. Okay, you're right. And I've got it. I've got 22 on the board here for you now. But I'll keep using PayPal as long as Ko-Fi still has that as. Oh, you know what? I have no. The bank canceled my card and said they were going to send another one, but they sent it to the Gotha address, and Gotha hasn't forwarded it here. And so I have no access to my bank account. So literally Austin and anytime Zach orders right now, because they go through Ko-Fi and it goes to the Stripe account first, 3 days later they send it. Thank you. But, you know, I mean, hey, I got bills that go straight there, but it's like, wow, I have no access to that. It's
So
like
the guy had your card just threw it away in the garbage.
Well, I don't know. Maybe he did. I don't know what happened to it. But like I've got my bank account written down in a box somewhere in storage, which, by the way, Gail didn't pay. So we lost access to our storage until we pay it up, which is what we were going to do after this auction. It's like a comedy of errors. It's almost like the Three Stooges, but instead of hitting each other, we just keep hitting ourselves. Okay, so next up we have Glenzer with The Shadow of the Death Factory, issue number 3, Timeless Zorro 3, Classic Zorro 3, Zorro Land of Time Forgot 5, Zorro Timeless, Tales 3, Zorro Galleon of Something or Other 5, Monster Men 1 through 3 for 3, Sergeant Rock and the Undead 6, Batman Grave 15, and Atari Force 5, 10, 15, and 16 for $1 each for $50 even. I am holding something for you. I'm pretty sure at this point you only had 5 or 6 issues there, and here you really have one. Nope. Yeah, you got 3. No, you would be in a box. At this point, you're in a box. Okay, and that is an even 50 plus the box would be 65. Let me write that down there. All right. Actually, I should go higher. I think I did say on the thing that scrolls that it's 16 now, because it's $18 now to ship a medium box. Wow. So it'd be 65 after shipping if you want me to ship it now. If you don't, you always tell me to hold them if you want to hold them. Yeah, Darkness Comes paid my bill. It actually did. Not Elizabeth. That's weird. Gail said, "Do you could you help out with the electricity?" And of course I could. And I told her I'll do my best. Depends on the auction, because last week we had a really bad one. But I said, "Oh yeah, whatever you need, I'll give." And so God bless you, sir. All right, let's see. Glenzer has 5 shots on this. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And I wasn't really worried about. Because I get it, the week before was a good auction. What I was worried about last week was getting the books, because I ordered some books and I just wanted to get them so they would be sent on time, and managed to be able to do that. Everything works out after a while. Sometimes you got to talk things out in your head, though. Okay, Austin has X-Men 249 at 3, Bone 15 at 3, and Brave and the Bold 69 at 10 for 16. He's already got 1 spot on, and here is the other. All righty. And then we have Jim, who has the Avengers 343 at 2, Dark Side number 1 at 7, Legionnaires, I've got 7 down here, number for 2, X Factor 7 for 2, Superhero Legion, Superboy and the Legion of Superheroes 199, 231, and 233 at 4 each. Batman 407 and 416 at 5 each. Super Family 186, I believe, for 6. X-Men 210 for 10. Avengers 119 for 8. Adventure Comics 359 for 10. And Paradiso 1 through 7 for 7 for a subtotal of 74. And that's, I don't see any miniseries. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. Oh, nope. Paradiso is 7 issues. So it'd be 19. You know what? That can fit in a bag. I say 18, but really about 20 can do that. So that would be 83, sir. All righty. Cool, cool, cool. And then we have Vezerin, who had Adventure Superman 426 and 430. Then we have Superboy, Legion of Superheroes, $229. Incredible Hulk, $209. Oh, well, the first three were $3 each. $209 was $6. Amazing Spider-Man, $237 was $5. And Brave and the Bold, $98 was $5 for a subtotal of $25. And that puts us, let's see, 3, 4. You are at $143, sir. All righty. He paid $200 in advance, so it works down. And at the end of the payment, I send all his books shipping free. Okay, Trusty Sidekick had ass, but it was the first ass, that's at 17. Oh, by the way, I get Jim. Jim, do you want to be on the board? You won last week. I got Jim 7 times. I've got Vezerin 2 times and Trusty once.
No need to put me on there. I've got the nail already, and I'm not interested in mystery in space.
Okay. Jim, do you want to be on the board? Let me put up Vezerin really quick. 1 and 2 while I'm waiting for Jim, because sometimes he doesn't want to be. I only have 4 shots. Oh, no, you have 5. I only have 4 shots tonight. Oh, the wheel. Okay, I got it. Yeah, that is All Darkness Comes. Let's see. I wonder who the winner is. Hey, here's the thing. If Darkness Comes drops once, yeah, there you go.
Remember that one time I dropped $120 and I didn't win? Yeah,
sometimes that happens. What was it? Austin only had his if you go with a $5 membership on Ko-Fi, give my choice to RDV. If I do win, I don't want to jinx it and give it to RDV. You just lost, Darkness. I mean, you have 42, and you just lost just by saying that. Okay, I'm going to put Jim up there.
Jim said, no, hold on. Jim said I'll stay off.
I'll stay off. Okay. RDV, on the other hand.
Jim doesn't like the win.
You know, Darkness Comes just getting you 40 freaking things, plus your own here. You had Krypton Chronicles 1 through 3 for 3, Sumerian Daughter Frost Giants 6, Codename Genetics 1 through 4 for 5, Alpha Flight 1 and 2 for 5, Peter Parker Spectacular Spider-Man 71, 114, and 120 for 5 each, Nick Fury 4 for 3, Peter Parker Spectacular Spider-Man 102, 104, 111, and 113 for 3 each. That's 49. And you want me to hold them in a box, or you want me to send them along?
Will they fit in the box you have for me, or is that already?
Dude, the box. Everybody who had anything, it's on their way. And yes, by the way, it would have. But
I wasn't sure if you still had it.
Well, the last time you were here, you actually paid shipping, and so I thought, okay, well, I should give them out to you, because you paid the shipping, and I thought, send them now. The box isn't full. Okay. But yeah, but I'll fill up a box for you, man, if you want to do that. So it's all one shot.
With that.
Okay, so 49. 49, and I'm sorry, I'm not. I don't mean any disrespect, but I've got to call you out for last week too.
What did I do last week?
You didn't pay up.
I know. It's in there. 49 plus 20 tonight.
Oh, okay. Cool.
I figure I have $50 just, to spend and all stuff, plus more cards. I can just drop it off.
Awesome. All righty. Jim says I have the nail. I have the hammer. Should I grab something else? I didn't get a shipment in, but everybody's got the nail, hon, and nobody's interested in the mystery in space.
I remember the nail. The nail's been in the auction before.
Yeah, I've sold it before, but I never had the thing. I actually thought that would be a good run, but yeah, I guess it's one of those that's so popular.
Do you have any more Teen Titans books?
Do I have one, which I didn't mind trying to sell or put into the thing because I thought I was going to get the omnibus, but then we had $600 taken from our savings account. The problem is, today I was supposed to get. Hold on. Let me tell the story while I'm spinning. Okay, so there we go. RDV, I need to add on 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. I actually thought that that would be a bit more of a push, the mystery in space, but there you go. There we go. Okay, so I've got you down 4 times. You guys see this? We'll shuffle it around a little bit. That doesn't make much of a difference. All right. Boom, boom. All righty. E, I have all the books written down, so I'll let you know if I didn't get one. Oh, please do. And yeah, I really am going to get that Superman Swamp Thing. I thought I sent it in the box, in all honesty. The box that I last week? I thought you were getting it. I don't know. Because you won that during a hotel thing. The only thing that I could think of is I left it in the hotel room. It might have gone under the bed or something like that. Because we were kind of rushed and pissed off getting out of that hotel that was ripping us off. All right. Ready? 1, 2, and let's see if Darkness Comes wins the first round or not. Oh, absolutely on that one. Damn. Okay, so which one would you pick there, Darkness Comes, or there you go. All right, which one would you pick there? And we remove all Darkness Comes. If he is actually giving this to you, RDV, I'm going to remove your name too. Okay.
What? Fine.
Okay, so you win. Yeah.
It's the nail.
We have the nail. The Nail and a Mystery in Space, which reprints the old 1950s and 60s sci-fi books. There you go. I actually thought this one was cool. Is nobody really interested in this one? I mean, it's going to look good on my shelf, but yeah. So
Breen probably would be.
There you go. Say again.
Who's the Nail?
The Nail is a Justice League Elseworlds book that is basically the kids get a flat tire, so they're not there to discover Superman. And that's the premise.
Somebody else does, and you see how the kind of the DC universe adapts when there's no Superman about. It's really good. Alan Davis art. Mark Farmer does the inks. It's one of my favorite Elseworld stories. Get it, Venkman.
See, now the debate is, it turns out that the DC universe this way was 68% less gay. So now we're trying to figure out if Superman's enough of a price to pay to it.
I'll do the Nail.
The Nail? Okay. Not a bad choice. Not a bad choice. All righty. And let's see who we're playing for the Mystery in Space. There's probably definitely on this. All righty. And let's see. Round and round they go. Where she stops. No more jinx for RDV. Okay. Well, he's not on here now, so I have to be fair, RDV. All right. And here we go. Who gets the Mystery in Space?
Glinzer.
Oh, Mr. LK.
Oh.
Hey.
All righty. There you go.
Okay, which one do you
free
want?
trade paper.
This or nothing?
Are you actually interested in Mystery in Space?
Yeah. To
Say
read
again?
those early ones. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought, see, like I said, I think I read that and I think that's pretty damn cool. Okay, and by the way, I would like to thank Oz Hero.
Oh.
And Austin.
I thought it was Oz Chris.
No,
Oz
Oz Hero. It might be, and it's just a new name or something. But, no.
He's trying to hide it.
Actually, no, not even a little bit. The way it is. Let's see. We've got Droon. Thank you very much. Oh shit! I forgot to put Droon's name on. Okay, I'll remember it next week. Sorry. Droon, Austin P, Oz Hero. Thank you very much, Joey Lee. Appreciate it, and Michael Hart as well. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for supporting on Ko-Fi. Michael Hart, I think, does it differently than through the memberships. I think the memberships are newer. So I will put. Let me find that wheel again so I can put. Oh, it's over here. So I don't forget June. And I think I misspelled it just there. And Mike Hart, MH. Okay, for being monthly supporters.
Undead Quinn says it's not an O.
What?
It's not AL, whatever that means. 0, 0. I mean, he spelled out the name. Whatever this is. That's what he's saying. Is that?
Oh, did I get something wrong?
I don't know.
Which one?
No, this is Oz. It's actually a 0 and then a Z.
Oh, 0, 0. Oh, okay, I see. I was reading it as Oz. Never mind. I'm done. I am done. All right. Okay, Darkness. I'll check that out. But there you go. Yeah, I want to say thank you very much for the Ko-Fi support.
Thank you, Darkness.
You go over. Yeah, if you go every week, you get a spot on the wheel. Certainly appreciate that and the support. Okay, so yeah, you didn't win this time, Austin. It was LK for the mystery. It was RDV for the nail. A little bit of a cheat because it was really Darkness Comes.
Darkness, I'll trade you the nail for those Donald Duck books you got.
Oh yeah, that's a fair trade. I like the nail, but it ain't that good, man. All right, those are some awesomeness right there. Let's see. It is 1 o'clock here.
Now we don't see Darkness.
What do you have going on, Venkman, with the Geeky Puppet Show? I'd like to say I'm doing something tomorrow night. I hope I am, but a lot of times I just.
Well, I would say stop over at Extreme Movie Show. Give them some love and some view time over there. Pixel's gonna be talking about some Columbo with Rob.
And me.
Oh, are you on there every week?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I said I'd be on again next week. So yeah, we're doing season 1, episode 5. Which shoot, I had the name and I just Lady in Waiting. Yeah. So Susan Clark with Richard Anderson, who you
I was about to say who's the guest star. That tells
as the doctor from the $6 Million Man, and also guest starring Leslie Nielsen in a serious role. So come check us out. It'll be at 6 o'clock Eastern.
Yep, 5 Central. I believe 3 p.m. Pacific.
Correct.
Yeah.
Oh, and as I picked this one up.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm gathering Christmas books and Halloween books for the holidays, so I'm ready. When
yeah. So that's
nice. Only 10 p.m. Wow. Oh, go on ahead. I'm sorry. You keep talking, and I keep talking over you.
You've been doing it all night. I'm used to it. Anyway, it's true. Anyway, so after that, check out Extreme Show. They're going to do your two live streams back to back. The second one's going to be me and Rob doing another martial arts review, but this time with Cynthia Rothrock and Yuen Bao. It's called Righting Wrongs, 1986 movie. And then Geeky Puppet Show will have 2 readings starting at 7:15 p.m. Central, 8:15 p.m. Eastern. And then the second one will be around 8:30 Central, 9:30 Eastern. So basically, yeah, if you can, check out Extreme Movie Show. They really need more of the watch time than the Geeky Puppet Show does.
But don't let that keep you from checking out last night's X-Men rating. We killed the puppet.
Oh my gosh. I've never seen Pixel giggle so much like a schoolgirl before.
I thought he was going to die.
Yeah, strokatine.
Oh, thank you, Darkness. I remember you sent me a message already, so I get it. Don't worry about it. But thank you very much. Yep, no worries.
L,
not
here.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Did you know that your boy Richard Anderson may or may not, but probably did play the first gay character in a major motion picture?
I was not aware of that.
Oh, by the way, Darkness, thank you. Seriously, you're helping a big time with the bills and such like that. So
I would have told you which one it was, but he talked over me.
Go on ahead, do what you think. I'm answering.
We're gonna make T-shirts. Talking over people since what year did you start this?
You know what? It's very accurate. So.
Actually, the
I was
question
gonna say I love you too, brother.
Yeah.
Actually, Eric, the question would be more: when did you start talking, and he overtalked you?
That's
right.
fair.
Yes. That being said, I am looking forward to, and Venkman, you should come down. Let's all go to the Cincinnati. What was it? You said it was in Denton or Dayton? What was it?
Well, yeah, there's 4 a year in Dayton. I don't even know if we're going to the next one or not, but Jerry and I were thinking really seriously about coming up to Indy. So
yeah, definitely.
No reason to wait till October, whenever that is.
Sweet.
Cool. I would definitely like to travel somewhere that has comic shops. The one around here, they're either pathetic or just dumb. I mean, telling me that I'm lucky to get a comic book subscription, that's just like spraying bear mace in my face, telling me to go away.
Venkman, how far is Indy from where you are?
Well, I'm 2 hours from Chicago, north of Chicago. So Indy is like the corner of Illinois, or just the right Illinois?
No, Indianapolis is right smack, basically in the middle of the state.
Okay. Well,
So,
I guess say it takes me 4 hours from my house to get to Joliet, Illinois. Almost 2 to 4 hours, you know. Long. So I imagine it's probably about a good. You could probably get here within a day, half a day, 12 hours.
Oh, definitely. I want to say Indianapolis to Chicago is like maybe 4 hours.
Yeah. I mean, it all depends on what your gas prices you want to pay. Plus, if you're going to Illinois, there's a lot of tolls.
Let's get up a Kickstarter for him to fly down and we can all go to a convention or something like that. That's content. So,
yeah. Well, no, you don't want it to fly though, because if he's got the car, then he can buy more stuff.
There you go.
Well, yeah. No, I don't want to lose my car in Illinois. Get carjacked.
You won't be in Illinois. You'll be in Indianapolis. You'll be fine.
I'm just saying, there's people on the border of Illinois and Wisconsin. A lady got carjacked, and another one got, it's ridiculous.
Oh my gosh! Just for a carjacking, man, the fuck up.
Just you don't stop.
It's like around here. I remember I was told we've got a black guy that walks around here with a gun and he's shouting, "I hate white people." And at first I was like, "Oh wow," and then I was like, "Wait a second, only one?" I mean, come on, it's normal. It's okay. It's just a carjacking.
I'd be the Kyle Rittenhouse. I'd be the Kyle Rittenhouse to defend himself, and he almost goes to jail.
Right? Yeah, you don't want to do that because you can't shoot back in Chicago. It's like, wait, you're white and you're carjacking me. Blam, blam, you're okay. But if
are you kidding me? I'd probably be safer in a plane with the doors falling off of it.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, I have a May the 4th question for Breen. I know you're not much of a Star Wars guy, but I got to ask this. What do you think of Phineas and Ferb Star Wars special?
I don't remember if I've ever seen it. I've seen a lot of Phineas and Ferb, but I haven't seen a lot of the special episodes. What? You surprised?
No, I just didn't know you were a Phineas and Ferb guy.
Really? Oh, yeah. Harry, the platypus.
I don't know.
Just for that. The next
I guess I'm projecting.
I will do the entire one in my Doofenshmirtz voice.
I'm projecting because I couldn't tell you two things about Phineas or Ferb.
Well, I found out about it from my sister's youngest daughter was a fan when it was still pretty much a regular show on Disney XD. And I got hooked on it. She, of course, got tired of it, as kids are wont to do.
Yeah.
So she bails almost immediately, and I was just transfixed.
If you have kids or you're watching kids and they're small enough to want to watch those kiddie TV shows, at some point you're going to find yourself watching intently, and the kids are nowhere in the room. I remember where I ended up watching the Teletubbies like it was the fucking 10 Commandments. And I realized, wait, I'm the only person watching Teletubbies. Okay, turn this over before anybody sees.
All kidding aside, there was never an episode that didn't make me laugh out loud. And there was nothing that you couldn't watch with a 4-year-old. And so every laugh that they got was legit, all ages. And it takes something to make, it may be for different reasons, but to get adults and children laughing at the same shows and being able to enjoy the same thing.
Yeah.
And not the adult placating the child. I mean, it was legitimately funny.
Yeah.
I gotta write these down. I forgot to write them down. RDV and LK.
That's who remembers where we are because he doesn't think it's B12.
Yeah, well, I can't. It's in storage, and I haven't bought another bottle.
Wait, it's in the storage you can't get to because they won't let you in there.
Right. Yeah. Well, we're gonna get that thing open again. I told Gail as soon as we do, we're gonna do daily trips to it. Grab a box, and then when it's down to the last, like the dressers and all the kind of stuff, rent the smallest freaking truck possible so we don't have to go through that again.
You have a basement now. You can store stuff down there.
Something called a sump pump or something. We need that. They haven't fixed it yet. The last time it rained really bad, it flooded in our basement.
How tall was the water?
About
ankle?
About shin.
Yeah. I would recommend if you do get the shelving down there. And you can I saw we can get some metal shelves for about $30-$40. So I told her, let's go there. Actually, one thing I saw, I looked through storage auctions, and I found one. It was only $30. We didn't have the money at the time, but I found one for $30 that didn't have a lot in it, but it had these metal shelves, and I was like, holy shit, maybe we should look here too, because we might be able to grab some tools as well. The gray metal shelves that have the wood shelving. Yeah, those are the best ones to get.
Hey, look, Norm, 3PO, my stocks on the other end are really paying off. It's such a peaceful place. Wait, what just happened? The value just dropped to 0. Wait, what? Yeah, I definitely have to get that. I want to put all the mailing stuff downstairs. We've got a lot of things, that are right now just filling up our living room that we can need the storage for. And I want to get my posters and I want to get all my stuff back as well. I don't know what I'm going to do with this, though. The white wall.
Paint it black.
Well, is it going to be green screen? Should we put up one of those freaking comic book walls every other? That's the new. It used to be figures and all that kind of stuff. Now it's a comic book wall where you put up all your slabs. I don't have slabs, but, I put them in the frames and all that. So, I don't know. What is this? The Teletubbies is mind-numbing to watch. It really is. But it's like, you're like on the box from Batman Forever. All righty, kids. Check all that stuff out if I can. I'm going to do something tomorrow, but the day after the auctions, I don't like to promise anything. But there's a lot of stuff I want to talk about. I want to talk about these new books. I want to talk about some movies with Dalton. The last, Late Night with the Devil is freaking awesome. Saw a lot of stuff. Paint it green. I actually thought about it. I sold that to Gail as well. Instead of putting up like a cloth, why don't we just paint the wall green? It's the same thing. It works the same. But my idea is I've got some scripts I've been writing because I want to start scripting a little bit more for some history of kind of thing, some fun little tidbit videos that are going to go on Ko-Fi as exclusives. If not exclusive, then like very early it goes on Ko-Fi and then it'll be released to the channel later. Anywho, that being said, don't forget the stuff over at VENKMAN's channels and such. Tomorrow we might try to compete. Monday, of course, we're going to have our topic conversations or just whatever videos, live streams. And thank you very much for another successful auction. And as always, thank you very, very much for watching. If you can pay tonight, please pay tonight. Because like I said, I do have some big dogs and such. I would like to try to get here before next Saturday. You kids have a great see you guys in the city of H. Good night, everybody. Says darkness comes, and good night to everybody else. Have a good night.
Good night, kids.
See you real